That's why I'm bringing some energy.
Sorry, I freaked you out.
I need to get going again at 5
Really
tomorrow.
don't want the rest of it.
Yep. Well, I promise, the meeting will not always be like this at all.
I figured 4 or 5 hours. I just told my wife, I'll take the late feeding, don't worry.
I told my wife I'm
Stay
hoping
here though, this is
9:30 and 10 o'clock.
That's
I'm
not, that's fine with that.
working towards that.
That's what I said, hopefully by 10.
Now we're all gonna jinx it.
Good evening and welcome to the Creswell City Council work session for February 27th, 2023. Would you please join me as we stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, well, I brought up here to this plate, this little plate here with grapes on it, which is an indication that over here, Manager Amber has graciously provided us with a variety of goodies. And we're going to take breaks tonight as we need to because we have a lot of agenda items. But please help yourselves. If you're going to be here for a while, you're welcome to join counselors and snacks over there. So we begin with the mayor's report. And I have no mayor's report for tonight. We go to committee reports. First, Administration and Finance Committee.
Okay, well, that would be me. Okay, so the committee met January 31st, and right off the bat, Councilor Clark volunteered to be serve as secretary. And we had a brief discussion regarding basically how it went this last year. And a couple of things that we thought we would share with the council is first, the feedback was that our digital evaluation forms didn't go well. So Councilor Clark has volunteered to take a look at that. And we didn't know if we needed to come back and ask you if it would be okay to continue that as part of the charge, or maybe she just cut loose on it or on their own. So we thought we would run that by you. And also we were going to continue sharing our evaluations like we have in the last few years, that include them in the packet. And also share the evaluations with the city employees prior to the evaluation. Those were just recommendations that we thought we would share here at the table with you and other counselors.
Okay, I want a little bit of clarity. So first of all, what do you mean by digital evaluation?
You know how we received the form, and then we also received a PDF document that we could fill out and then email back.
We received the paper form like this.
Yes, and then we received actually there's one in the packet, or you don't have it on a computer.
Well, I do have it.
Yes, there is one actually on the packet right now that is fillable. Where is it? And like so. So it's the same form,
Sure.
and then you can just type it in and then email it back for folks that can't be here by 5 o'clock to submit it back. So you have the option of doing it by hand or on the computer.
For folks who can't be here by 5 o'clock.
Yes,
meaning-
to turn in the form.
To turn in a paper copy.
Yes,
Counselors?
Yes, counselors, sorry,
Okay.
counselors.
So you're saying it didn't work well last year?
No, it did not. One of them worked really well for me. I don't remember which one it was. It was either the attorney or the managers, but then the other one was just very glitchy. It did not work at all, and I gave up on it. Others, did anyone else have that problem?
Yeah, I had the same problem. I gave up. I did all mine hand.
Okay, yes.
By hand.
So
Is that a problem that council members should address? Because it would seem like that would be a problem that the city should address because it's our document online and something we need to work on.
If we have a counselor with the expertise to make it work, I think we ought to take advantage of that.
Okay? And so you're saying that Shelley
Happy as a
offered.
clam to do it. Yep.
So I think that would be just fine because you already have a charge to run the evaluation process. This
Okay.
is just a piece of that.
okay,
So I don't think you need a new charge on that.
okay. And so then we don't need to meet again? Or would you like?
Not until it's time to, I think, review what I've,
Okay,
what I
okay.
have.
Okay.
Okay, so, and then we'll also continue to return our evaluations and include them in the packet, okay?
The packet,
For the executive sessions prior to the meeting.
so we turn those in to Grace. She keeps them.
Yes. And I'll get into that a little bit more too. Yeah, right now, I'm just sharing the
All right.
things that we discussed that we thought we should share with everyone here at the table, okay? So, and then then we would also take those evaluations after they've been completed, prior to the executive sessions, and share them with the city employees. So that it's not a surprise, it's not a shock to city employees.
The employee being evaluated, the person
Yes.
being evaluated.
So in other
whether
words,
it's-
once they're turned in to Grace, then Grace passes on that packet to you and to our attorney and to our municipal judge so they can see all that's in there prior to the executive session. Is that new or is that the same as last year?
It is new. This was just kind of a recommendation. We thought we would run it by councilors, the mayor, and see how, if there was a consensus on it, then we move forward.
Well, that's all information that is privileged in that it comes out in an executive session. So if it's given ahead of time to the executive session, is that a problem? That you have it before the executive session?
That's our city attorney.
No.
No.
Okay?
So councilors, what do you think about that idea?
Specifically about letting them see their evaluation before we make it part of the executive session.
Yes.
I think it's pretty standard practice. I know I receive my evaluations before it's finalized in the private sector, so I am fine with it.
I'm fine with it too.
Yes, and to be clear, you also have the policies there, and I hope everyone had a chance to read through them, okay? So to be clear, this is all volunteer as well. You don't have, if you want to keep your form till executive session, you can do that as well. This is all volunteer. So if we want to share them, like we have in the past few years, that's great, because we thought it was insightful, it was helpful to see what other counselors have viewed the year and so forth. So, like I said, just want to be clear that this is volunteer, okay?
So we would get the packet as a part of our council packet on the Thursday before each meeting, and it would have all the information from other counselors that the other counselors have decided they wanted to put theirs in.
Yes, yes.
So there may be some in and some not.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, so now we'll move on to the timeline. Okay, so for the municipal judge, that should be going on right now. If counselors are keeping their court dates, maybe you haven't completed them yet. So those should be completed, the evaluation form at court and left with the court clerk. And that way they gather them and then they will be included into the packets. And if not, then they need to be turned into City Hall by 5 p.m. no later than September 13th, which is also the last day to attend court, okay? And in the municipal judge evaluation will be conducted on October 9th in executive session, very similar to last year, okay? So that takes care of the municipal judge process. The city attorney we will receive the city attorney evaluation sheet September 11th in our city council packet, okay? And along with a electronic fillable version. Thanks to Councilor. And so the deadline to return the evaluation sheet is September 26th. And the evaluation will be October 9th in executive session, just like last year. We'll have two, city attorney and municipal judge, okay? And then the city manager, also on October 9th, will receive her evaluation sheet, the same, also an electronic version as well. And the deadline to hand in the city manager's evaluation is October 3rd. And then we will do her evaluation in November 13th in executive session. Okay? Sound good?
Okay. Any
That's all.
questions? Thank you.
That's all I have.
All right. So we go to Transportation, Public Safety Committee. Is there any report on public safety?
The only thing we have to report is Sergeant May, as many of you know, was reassigned through Lane County, and we are welcoming Alex Speldridge as our new sergeant. Comes highly recommended with years and years of experience in the role as sergeant, so we're happy to have him. Welcome.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Transportation and Public Works Committee.
So we don't have a report other than the Water Rate Advisory Committee.
So we
Or
move
Water
on
and
to Water Rate Advisory Committee.
Yeah, okay, so there's quite a bit of information in your packet, which I think really underlines the breadth and the depth of the conversation, or the several conversations that we had as a Water Rate Advisory Committee. We actually met twice. So once on February 8th and then another time on February 15th, and met both times for almost our entire amount of time that we had allotted. And so these are recommendations that the committee came to, given a lot of thought, a lot of consideration. And when I say recommendations, it's we're going to present our recommendations that will then go forward to the Budget Committee. And so we'll have a chance to talk about it at that point in time and then officially vote on that. But so what the Water and Sewer Rate what the Water Rate Advisory Committee did is we had an opportunity to talk with and I'm gonna just lean into Jim over here as well, probably to do most of the talking about the specifics. But what we looked at is we said, okay, so what historically have we done in the past? So what were the reasons for any increases, if there was any reason for a decrease, which there hasn't been. So we looked at that for both the water and for sewer rates. And then we said, okay, so given what we have anticipated coming up, how do we plan to be able to finance all the things that we need to do? And so, like I said, I don't want to take away from all of the information that's in your packet. The bottom line is that what the committee recommended doing was increasing water rates by 1%. On average, it's about 3%, so this is a smaller increase than has been presented in the past or has been recommended in the past. And that we're going to increase, or we recommend increasing sewer rates by 5%. There's a lot to that, but I wanted to go ahead and give you the bold numbers first. As you can see from your packet, the water fund is very stable. And water and sewer are two different line items on your utility bill. And so the increase for 1%, really what that came down to is, as we think about planning for the future, as we think about inflation, rate increases, anything that may come up, we wanted to have a little bit of cushion in terms of the what ifs that might come up. And so that's why we talked about a 1%. And we felt really comfortable with that 1%. So I'm just going to pause there and see, Jim, is there anything that I left out of the water rates?
No, you're covering it really well. One point is that when we did the SDC rate study back in 2020, the consultant that did that looked at our funding for water. At that point said, hey, you're looking really good on the water side. You've been doing your due diligence for several years now, and that you're well funded on that side. And like you touched, the 1% rate increase, we know what happens if you don't increase at all, is that you get behind, and then down the road, the next year, maybe the year after that, then you're making up for it, and it may not be at the best time to do it either. It may be that you have to really raise rates to catch up. And so that was the reason for the 1%, as Councilor Clark had mentioned.
And then also other counselors who are on the any other thoughts or?
I'd just maybe mention that there are some future water projects too that that money would also be allotted to if it didn't get used under, things that come up. So,
So that's that part. The sewer. So this is very complex, and again, I'm gonna lean in a lot to the knowledge that both Jim and Cliff have around the upcoming projects. But again, to put the big bottom line numbers here, is that we have a projected $25 million project that has to happen for the city of Creswell, having to do with, again, so discharge and flow and all sorts of stuff. In order for our city to be able to grow, like in housing development, anything like that, the EPA has said you have to follow some regulations that are still being negotiated. But in order for you to be able to build new houses or have new like hookups or anything like that, yeah, you have to do this. And so it is projected to be about a $25 million need, $25 million project. It will likely be a couple years in the future. And so, and again, please, if I am going astray, please stop me from what I remember. Because certainly Jim and Cliff can talk a little bit more about all of the details with the EPA. But in order for us to plan for this, there has to be a rate increase. And so what you can see in your packet for sewer rates is, so I guess let me just pause and say, so new standards from the DEQ require wastewater treatment plant upgrade to likely be over $15 million in cost. So if you're wondering where that $25 million come from. And then additionally, the DEQ is requiring over $10 million in infrastructure projects in the collection system to be improved. Again, so there's a 7-year window to complete the upgrades. So time is of the essence. So the sooner we could complete the upgrades, the sooner we can start growing our city and attracting new businesses and doing the things that we need to do in order to be able to have healthy funds. And so impacts growth due to limitation on connection. So that was that piece of like, we can't have more housing hookups, right, to our city. So again, the best case scenario for financing of $15 million in fiscal year 25-26. So assuming the city can secure grant funding and use its current reserves, loans will still be necessary to complete the project. Assuming a loan for $10 million is required and that governmental borrowing rate comes down to a 2.5% rate by fiscal year 25 and 26, and assuming the city is able to stretch the terms out to 30 years. So there's a lot of assumptions that go along with that. And then rate, and this is in bold in your packing in case you didn't see it, but rate increases will hit double digits if they're not increased year over year. And so what our committee really talked a lot about is how do we not overwhelm our population? How do we not overwhelm our community with rate increases? And because we know that every dollar matters. And so we said, okay, so as we're projecting this out, how are we going to be able to keep pace and not just, again, have a huge increase all at one point in time? So we could have recommended, and we talked about this actually quite a bit with the sewer rate, is we could have recommended raising the rates by 9%, and that would have been, I think, realistic given all of the projects and the amount of money that we need to generate, and then continue with kind of between 5 and 9% increases for the coming years. But we also looked at what are the other projects that we have coming up that are probably going to impact the sewer bill, and so, or the utility bill, as we see it. So we were looking at if there is a transportation utility fee, if there is an increase, so there is going to be an increase of 7% in the public safety fee, and we needed to talk about that because that all comes out in, like, that's the bottom line that people see. And that there also is potentially a storm drain fee that might be coming up as well. And so we thought 9% plus the potential of a tough and plus the potential of a storm drain fee, that was too much for our community to bear. And so that's how we came back to really that 5% for this next year, to be able to recommend that rate, to be able to pay our bills, start to plan for the future so that we can start to grow our city, as well as, be able to have a healthy cost of living, right? So one of the questions that we asked was, so what's the impact? What dollar are people going to see on their average utility bill? And so with a 5% increase to sewer charges, the average usage of 6.6800 cubic feet, so 5,000 gallons per month, they'll have an increase of $4.70 per month on their entire utility bill. And so how that pencils out is that 1% is 54 cents per month for water monthly charges, $2.99 increase for sewer monthly charge, and then a $1.17 increase for public safety fee monthly charges. I went through a lot of information very quickly. Again, in your packet, Jim was very kind to kind of line item it out with here's what an average bill would be. And so overall, again, it's about a $4.70, and again, that's an average user. Before I pause, I'm just going to turn to Jim and Cliff. What did I forget?
I think you're good. You covered it really well. Yeah, that's a synopsis of about 3 hours of meetings, and yeah, it's a lot. Now, I will go back in time and say that 4 years ago, we were looking at sewer, we were looking at a plant refinance, to finance a new plant, that is, and that we were looking at swapping out the old loan for the new loan, and looked to be on course. At that time, DEQ was working with us, and then it seemed like when we renewed the permit during the pandemic, the EPA got really strict. And from what I'm hearing, it's not just with our jurisdiction, but with all the jurisdictions that they deal with, that the EPA has really turned up the heat, and so it's really turned up the cost for us.
I think it's really important that the community understand that the sewer rate is going to go up this year, and it's going to go up significantly in the next few years, because $25 million is a lot. And while we're hopeful we might receive a grant, the truth is we probably won't receive much in the way of a grant. And while we're hoping that we can finance the entire amount with state monies, which would be low interest, there may be a gap, and we may have to look at other ways of funding some of this cost. So I just want to start making the public aware that this is not a short-term thing. This is going to be something that's going to last for several years.
And I would add, from our meetings, Michelle documented the city of Creswell has given over $20,000 of our general fund to help people with utility assistance, but also Lane County has already committed to $75,000 to help our customers for the next 3 years. So for our low-income folks that we're concerned about, if they're added for $4.70 for water and sewer increase, and then our contract with the Lane County Sheriff, we don't control, it's 7% increase. If they just can't handle that, plus the tough fee that we may have, there are options for them to get help to pay for the water and sewer portion of their invoice.
And to add on to what Counselor said, there is a bill right now going through the state to create a program very similar to the Energy Assistance Program. That's for water and sewer. So we're hoping that that will actually be passed. and that there will be an ongoing program then that can be administered maybe through the county. Not sure who the administrating agency will be at this time, but that monies will be made available for low-income people to help, to assist them with water and sewer bills.
It's House Bill 3125, if anybody wants to reach out and to our representatives at the state level and comment on that. It is, as Michelle, Manager Amberg said, it's just like the energy efficient assistance, so it operate very similar. So that's a great opportunity. And then one other thing we discussed was the east side of Creswell. Remember, they are on their own sewer. Their sewer is provided by a private company that bills directly, and so this is just impacting those on the west side that are on the sewer main, the city owned.
That was my next question, and I think you did a great job, thanks. So if moving forward with the percentages, 1, 3, 5, 9, if that worked and it all panned out like we wanted to, that should cover us and give us the room, like you were talking, if there is incidentals or something that the DEQ or the EPA drops on our head like they can and will?
If we would need to have another increase. Sorry, it's okay, Chair, if I feel that. We would need to have yet another increase in our next budget as well. So we'll be having the same conversation next year. If we do this budget and the next budget, we should be okay. But Cliff can't predict building charges. Yeah, we can't predict what kind of loan we're gonna get, and Cliff can't predict what the building is gonna cost at the time that we actually break ground.
I just want to make sure when we're talking to our citizens, I feel a lot of questions already. I just want to make sure that I'm telling them the truth and that we're, doing the best we can, because I got to forecast through the company all the time, and you can't get 100% right, but you can get pretty darn close. So at least have, there's not something shocking. It's usually within range of, well, that sucks, but we can deal with it.
It's a lot of it's going to depend on the economy and what the interest rate is that we can get in years that we cannot predict at this point. We don't know if there's going to be a recession. We don't know what interest rates are going to do in the next 2 to 3 years. And that's the horizon we're looking at.
Okay.
Jim had something in the back here.
Well, that's a great point, Councilor Smith. Michelle and I talked about this. I couldn't give worst case scenario. I tried to give best case scenario so that we weren't like scaring people, but hey, we do have a problem here. It could get worse.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I agree with your point that we could end up getting hit with some gotchas, right, from the EPA down the road. But yeah, I didn't want to say it's going to be horrible and then we have a grant fall in our lap, but I also didn't want to not let people know that, hey, we do have some heavy duty lifting to do here.
I just don't want to be that politician that says, just give me a little now, and then we'll be fine for a few years, and then next year we're asking for more.
Right.
I'd rather just give the ugly truth up front of, this is where we're at, this is where we're going.
Yeah.
Do what you got to do, what's best for your family.
And everyone that was on the advisory committee and our citizens that volunteered on there, we all agree with you, Counselor. It's, might as well just tell it like it is.
Yeah. We're all feeling
And we'll all remember this conversation when Jim presents the city budget to us, and we'll all remember this again next year, that it's not a case closed.
I think also a very good point, and it is probably going to be a year-over-year thing for a little bit. I mean, it's not going to end this year for sure. If you could, Manager Amber, you are so knowledgeable in this space, but could you explain specifically how not doing, what is stalled until these are done?
Right now, we cannot connect laterals, sewer laterals, or water laterals on the west side of town, which is the side of town that the sewer system serves, because we are under an MAO with the DEQ, and they have put a more or less a building moratorium on us until we get the collection system upgraded. So, and that's a 7-year process, as was alluded. So we're looking at really not a lot of growth on the west side. The east side, is another story. We're working to try and work in partnership with the private sewer system over there, but they have some limitations placed on them by the DEQ as well. So we're going to be hampered by, our growth is going to be hampered for the next 7 years.
Are we completely stopped from growing, or is it like a limitation in you get this many a year or this many a year?
I think, and Cliff knows exactly the numbers, but I think it's 15 connections, which is really unfortunate because right now we have a housing shortage, and we have someone who came and approached our planner with 75 apartment units. And we have to tell them, sorry, you have to wait 7 years. We can't connect 75 apartment units at this time. So those are the kinds of issues that are coming up.
Where is the east line exactly? Is it
The
like
hot-
Tractor
the-
Supply, Dollar General?
I-5.
Okay.
Alonso?
There's a question about the assistance funds. So if I'm understanding this correctly, the city put up 28,000 for last year, right? For assistance,
2 years
financial
ago.
assistance? I'm sorry, 25,000, right?
28,000 in
28,000,
2021.
2021.
Right.
And that will be available this year as well? For 2022?
Through a different funding source.
Yeah.
Oh, so the city won't be doing that on top of the Lane County Health and Human Services?
It is on top of it. It's, we used our ARPA funds or our CARE funds?
The original CARES.
The CARE funds. When those came out, we put those into the water system. We created an agreement with community sharing where that money would be made available to people who are having trouble. Specifically, it came out during the COVID situation. And there were so many people who had lost their jobs or were laid off or whatever, that money came in and we were able to put it towards paying those utility bills at that time. And then we got another tranche of funds that we were able to, again, forward to the community sharing process. And they were able to help people who were having difficulty. It's not coming out of the general fund and it's not coming out of, city funds per se. It's coming from federal and state funds.
Okay, so in 2021, the 28 came out of the general fund, right?
No,
Well, that's what this note, that's what
That's
the
down
minute-
here.
that's what the
Oh,
minutes say.
Initial money.
Yeah.
the initial money came from
Yeah,
the
the
general.
2021, the City of Creswell General Fund provided 28,000 to help Creswell utility customers with their utility bills using grant funds.
Right.
Okay.
That was the CARES Act.
Okay, so then now for 22 through 24, Lane County Health and Human Services has committed 75,000. So that's 25,000 for the next 3 years.
Right. So those are,
And that's it, right?
right.
There's
That's
no-
not city general fund.
Okay,
Those were
okay.
grant funds. Those were pass-through funds.
And I guess what I'm getting at is, did all of it get used? Which I hope it did. Did people, how did the word get out? How do people know about it?
People would call and tell us that they couldn't pay their bill, and we would refer them to community sharing.
Okay.
And so that's how that works. So I don't know exactly how much money is in the fund. I'd have to check with community sharing, but I'm pretty sure all of it was used. We had a lot of need.
Okay. So moving forward, the 2023, there'll be 25,000 available from Lane County Health and Human Services.
Right.
Okay.
And we're hoping that that will continue with this new funding package that's going through the state right
Okay.
now.
All right. Thank you.
Does that clear it up?
Yes, yes.
So a comment I want to make was, going back to what you said, Nick, was that needs to be part of our communication piece in this as well. That there are some funds available, and you need to contact the city and express your need, and then the city can direct you to community sharing where there are some funds. And that's also, I think, we have an H2O program in the city that was started many years ago, where people can voluntarily contribute $5 a month, 10, whatever, and then that goes directly to community sharing as well. So there's that opportunity as well for people who say, hey, I want to help my neighbor out and put $5 a month or whatever into the H2O program, it's called. But that's part of that communication piece, and I wasn't aware of that really until I read this, I thought, okay, I need to let people know, there is some help available.
It generally, people call us when they can't pay their bill, and we are able to help them. So, yeah.
It's the same with the project too, of letting people know it's not just us, not to put the blame on DEQ, but EPA, but it's pretty easy to do for what they do to us all the time. But let them know they're requiring it, this is why we need the money, it's a have to, it's a 7-year. Trying to get the information out, which I know you guys have tried, and it is difficult to, people just shine it on and don't really pay attention, but it's important for us to know and hopefully spread the word as the neighbors talk to us and friends and all that, that they can continue to spread the correct word of, this isn't something we want to do, it's something we have to do. We're being forced to do it.
Right. Meetings like this are important ways to get the information out. Talking to people is an important way to get information out. We'll be working to try and get more information out on social media than we have. We just hired someone with really good skills in social media. So I'd like to see us get the information out that channel. We do use written, we have a newsletter that goes out. We put information in that. And we can just continue to work to get it out. I think it's important that everybody understands what's happening, because $25 million is a lot for 5,662 people to pay for.
When we had our regional meeting here 2-3 weeks ago, and 30-some odd cities shared, it was not uncommon for cities to say they were having upgrade water or sewer, but the one that stood out for me is Sweet Home, and if I remember right, their bill for sewer is $50 million.
Yep.
That's what they're looking at. And they were very pleased to say they got some kind of grant for $7 million, but that was literally a drop in the bucket.
Quite literally.
So it is, other communities are facing some of the same issues.
I was going to say, and I didn't talk about this earlier, but I guess two things. So number one, if individuals are interested, we did live stream both of our water rate advisory committee meetings. And so if individuals want to go back and actually view those meetings again, you can do that. You can see all of the discussion that we had. The other thing that we talked about in the water rate advisory committee in the meeting as well is that 5% was actually a much lower increase than what many other communities similar to our size are looking at. So again, I'll defer to Manager Amberg and Director Piper about what other communities are looking at. But I mean, 5%, while it's a lot and it is nothing to shake a stick at, it is much lower than what other communities are looking at in terms of just being able to pay for the upgrades to the sewer system that are coming. Mm-hmm.
So on the chart, the first chart shows 5%, 5%, 15%. So it was a little confusing when the above line said rate increases will hit double digits if they are not increased year over year. It looks like rate increases will hit double digits, at least in 1 year, the big year. And that's our projection. That's when we're going to take out the $10 million. And then we're hoping we can bump back down into a less than double digit range.
That's the hope.
That's the hope.
So hope, we're being good stewards of the money. We're not just going out and getting a $25 million loan right now today at today's interest rates and breaking ground. We're planning.
Right. Well, a few years ago, as Jim says, we were very excited that we were getting close to paying off our sewer treatment plant loan. And when that happened, we knew we had to do upgrades. We could basically replace those and not really see a significant increase in our rates. That was the hope.
Can I ask another?
Yes.
So maybe the question is for Jim, but also in the minutes, it says, if the committee were to approve a 5% annual rate increase and continue that trend, we would start eating into the affordability index. Actually, what does that mean?
So that was with the water side. The water side, Carl Brown is renowned for discussing how to finance water in set rates. He suggests that 1% of median household income is an affordable rate for your community. We got a couple things going. I guess at Creswell, we have a very high medium income. So it kind of skews it. But right now we're below that. We're actually quite a bit below that. We've had an adjustment to the economy, wages, as you know, have gone up, and our water rates haven't gone up at the same rate. So we've been below the affordability index, as they call it, since 2018-19 fiscal year, when we adjusted base rates on water and went to the tiered rate system. That kind of helped the ratepayers at the household level, you know, the average 5,000 rate a month water user. And so we've got this room in the affordability index, but if we keep raising it 5% year over year, we're gonna hit that threshold in the coming years. And that might be the case, especially with the sewer rates going up. We may be struggling to keep under that benchmark.
Well, and that was kind of what it sounded like. It's because it says we may start eating into it, but it sounds like we probably will start doing that.
For some of our community, we will.
And that's skewed.
And that's the community on the west side of town, because the east side of town will not be affected by the sewer rate.
Yeah.
And the skewed number that you were referring to for the median income, is that the 78,000?
Yeah, we have a very
That
high-
sounds pretty
I
high.
think we have the highest in Lane County.
Oh.
Is that mostly on the east side?
I would guess a lot of it is. I think in the minutes that I don't know if I put them in there or not, but I had found a breakdown of the,
didn't
kind of
see-
the demographics.
Okay, I didn't see
surrounding
a
that.
breakdown, but I did see the comment.
Yeah, it really makes funding these projects through grants a challenge, because their grants are based on your income of your city. So it's really challenging. For example, I shared this at the Water Rate Advisory Committee meeting. I completed a packet, a pre-application for some funding for the sewer through the DEQ, just to kind of, you know, start the ball rolling. And they wanted to rates to be at 1.5% of median household income. And so for the sewer bill, they wanted the sewer bill to be $75 a month for, you know, it was a lot. And so I completed it, but you know, unless we have really high sewer bills, they're not likely to fund us through grants.
Are you not able to show to the people that are analyzing the grant applications that the people on one side of I-5 are the ones actually paying for this? And can you disclude the income from the other side of the tracks?
They take the data from the Census Bureau. They won't take it from any other source. We've talked about this. I've talked with our city planner. You know, is there some way we can come up with a hypothesis? Can we break it down by taxable value of homes on each side? They won't accept that.
That being said, and not to doubt what Jim has said, I do think there's some merit when a time comes and we actually are standing there with our hand out and we're working with the state and we're setting a rate, and that we do explain we are the weirdest city in Oregon in this respect. We are an unusual situation in that we have this private sewer system providing services to our wealthiest citizens, and that the rest of our community should be taken into consideration what that looks like. We may have to do a study of our own to find out what the income is on the west side. I don't think the state would actually volunteer to do that kind of a study. But if we could do a study and show what the median income is on the west side, we would have a basis for making an argument. Whether or not they would be sensitive to that argument is difficult to say.
Since we won't receive any money from that side, it doesn't make sense that we should have to include their income
That's
as
exactly what
part of the
why I asked.
consideration. Because they will not contribute a penny to anything.
It's an unusual situation, and I think it merits a conversation.
I agree.
Okay. Shelley, any more?
Yeah, so I guess, in May, when we meet to talk about the budget, please remember this conversation and why the recommendation was for 1% on water and then 5% on sewer.
Okay.
Somebody will ask.
And thank you for also including the minutes. I don't remember seeing minutes in previous years attached to this, but it was very good. And Stacy, did you do these minutes?
I did.
You did a great job. Wow, I thought, man, we're live. That's pretty amazing.
Got herself nominated for secretary for every
No.
committee.
It's a lie.
Well, I'm just complimenting you. You did a really good job with the
Yeah.
minutes.
You did.
Okay, so we move on to Parks and Trees Advisory Board.
Okay. Busy meeting, ran a lot longer than usual. We want to develop a tree replacement policy for the Creswell Development Code that includes the tree board. And it suggests that we look at other cities and have, whatever cities has done, and ask her to see if we can work on it. You know, if we're gonna do that, we need to develop materials such as applications, materials, permits. A policy needs to be developed before applications and permits can be created, so it'll take a while for this all to come together.
So what is that again? You added a name for it. Policy for tree replacement?
A tree replacement policy that is in the development code. That was one of the things that came out of the tree care plan.
Yes, one of the
And
recommendations.
so we'll need to work with planning on that since it's a development code amendment.
Okay. All right.
And then also develop a long-range tree replacement plan with costs and timelines, recommending appropriate trees for those. These are for city trees. So we'll look at maybe the Eugene plan to see what they have done. Right now, we haven't even got a inventory of all the trees that are on the property or a convenient way to catalog all the trees and their ages and conditions, and estimate when they will need to be replaced.
Okay.
So we'll be working on that. There's ongoing professional development in urban forestry for public works and tree board members. This is ongoing and available to committee members and staff. I already mentioned the develop and maintain an inventory of the trees. Chairperson Newman knows the Cottage Grove uses iWorks to maintain their inventory. That is a cost to have that program added. And I guess we're going to do some research to see if that's the best one and what it will cost the city to do that. And then perhaps we will be presenting that as a line item on the budget later on. We don't have an urban forester to it in our city. Develop an abbreviated version of the tree care plan in booklet form for general public use. This is something we'll work on, and no one's going to read the whole plan as it is, except us. Another exciting thing that we're working on is the Arbor Day celebration. We have a lot of different things that are in the plan right now. The Kona Ice has been confirmed. The Creswell Library is going to be involved. The duck truck is coming. Our mayor will be doing a proclamation at the April 10th City Council meeting. We're working on live music. I'm not sure exactly where that is at this point in time. There's a few things to pull together. We have trees.
Yes.
We have trees. 20 trees have been purchased for a tree giveaway, and we're coming up with ideas on how best to give them away. Drawings, whatever. Maybe a punch card like they did at the National Night Out last year, where people went around from booth to booth and got a punch, and then they were entered into a drawing for a free tree. There'll be Oregon Department of Forestry will be there with information on the emerald ash borer. I don't know what DOGAMI stands for.
Dogami.
Yeah,
Dogami is a organization that does mapping using what's called LiDAR. And there is a lot of ecological applications for LiDAR. So
Okay.
it'd be fun to have them there so people can see their
okay.
presentation.
Is that something we could use to catalog our trees?
No.
No. Gives more of an overview rather than a detail.
It's more of a mapping.
Okay. And Coast Fork Watershed Council is confirmed to be there. There's several other ones that are in the process. But right now, those are the ones that are confirmed.
Very
So we're
good.
gonna have a wonderful Arbor Day celebration
And
this
the
year.
date for Arbor Day again is April
29th
29th?
at Holt Park
Yes,
from 11 to 1. And it's going to be very family oriented, so
yeah, I guess it's a lot of space that we can have a lot of booths set up and games and fun times.
Wonderful. Thank you.
We're working on a bulletin board for Garden Lake Park. We're coming up with a plan, a design, and a cost. It looks like the PVC, sign on PVC is the best option. It's the most sturdy and most cost effective, and that will last longer. We're working on coming up with some plans and some costs for bird and bat houses with Noah Stryker to determine the kinds of bird houses that would be best. Can you tell me more about who Noah Stryker is?
he's a world-renowned ornithologist that
Okay.
happens to live here in Creswell.
Okay. I knew he's an expert, but that says more.
He's amazing.
We're working on the pollinator garden that will be in the circle at Garden Lake Park. We have a list of trees, which I don't have with me, of plants that we're going to have in there and a cost that will be presented to the city. Is it May?
Soon.
Soon,
The
by March maybe.
Well, the committee needs to meet. I've got it put together as much as I can. We're still waiting for a few numbers from some of the committee members.
Okay.
But we should have it for the next committee meeting.
We found out that the drip system would be hard to add on. There'll be some cost for equipment to add it onto the water system, but you don't have to, it's not an expensive add-on. Just the drip system around the plants mostly. Nothing particularly is going on at any of the parks for the updates. There's a bridge repair at Garden Lake Park. The next meeting is March 14th, 2023 at 10 a.m. Anyone in the community is welcome to come as a visitor.
Thank you very much. Okay, how about Airport Commission? Alonzo?
The manager Humble is here to present the updated airport rules and regulations.
No, I think Jim does, but I don't. Good evening, counselors and mayor. I'm gonna hand out, there was an error I noticed.
I think we got it. I think we got it.
No, that's in addition.
Oh, another one.
I'm just keeping you hopping. So these are the updated rules and regulations. They've been reviewed and re-reviewed by the Airport Commission, our attorney Ross Williamson, and they've been reviewed. This will be the second time you have reviewed them. This change has to do with the Part 13 informal complaint process. And in my response, in regards to the TLOFA and the TOFA, so taxi object-free area, taxi lane object-free area, we don't have enough space in between our hangars to allow the people to park their cars next to their hangar. So I have taken out on page 21 the sentence that said hangar tenants may park in front of their hangars in a manner that does not impede the safe movement of aircraft or emergency vehicles.
Where's this at on page 21?
Page 21.
Where?
It is 8.03C. It's the second paragraph.
Okay.
So that was part of the, it's not that it isn't, it's usual at all airports, but because we had a complaint, it was one of the responses that we put forward to the FAA. So it's just a little housekeeping ahead. We haven't heard anything from the FAA, so it's just housekeeping as we're getting ready to adopt these. This way it's taken care of. So I'm here if you have any questions or comments.
Okay, counselors.
Tell me again, what was taken out?
The sentence on 8.03C, the second sentence where it says hangar tenants may park in front of their hangars in a manner that does not impede the safe movement of aircraft or emergency vehicles.
Okay, got it, thank you.
Council members, questions of Shelley?
Good job, Manager Humble.
Thank you. Thank the Airport Commission. Most of them are here tonight. They've spent a lot of time on these.
Any counselors? I had two, Shelley.
Okay?
Attachment A,
Yes.
clear in the back. Attachment A, under, and thanks for updating this whole thing, all these attachments and the complaint form. On the back side, where it goes into 5.3, the complaint process, the very bottom line E is bold print. Just a question about the grammar. Other concerns brought to the airport manager for resolution that are not resolved will be, shall be, may be. I didn't know what that was meaning to say.
We can clean that. It's been that way since we created it many years ago. We can change that to may be forwarded.
Well, because if a concern is brought to you for resolution and it's not resolved, then does that mean that you may, or that means the person who says, my complaint wasn't resolved, so I will bring it to the city manager, I shall bring it, or I may? Or does that say you will, shall, or may?
Is it left at your discretion or at the complainee's discretion?
The way I read that, it would be up to the complainant.
So,
Although up in steps A through
Right.
D, it does specify,
mhm,
and the flow chart is very specific.
mhm.
I don't think we need a B then.
E could be taken out.
Yeah, I had
Chart
written
is
that
really
down to
good.
F. Yeah,
That if they're not satisfied with your decision, you gotta appeal to Michelle.
So we could remove
And
E.
so forth.
I don't believe that that's a problem.
because there's never going to be a time where there hasn't been some sort of resolution, right?
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
I can do that. I can remove that.
Then I had a question on flow chart. And it was the first column, talked about informal complaint, must be in writing, investigation by airport manager, decision resolution, yes, case closed. But there's also the chance of no, it's not closed. And so, which then loops us over to the next area where it goes to the airport, to the city manager, and on and on. So I just thought the flow chart wasn't complete there because there is an option for yes, but the
Well-
other possibility is no, it goes to you, it does not get closed, and then the process loops on to city manager.
There's two. That's an informal complaint. An
Right.
informal complaint, and it states in the rules themselves that it's handled via the airport manager. If they feel that it is not handled, then they put in a formal complaint, and then it starts that process.
Right. So I just thought that yes, case closed could also be no, and then some kind of loop showing now it becomes a formal complaint.
I guess that would be your
Shall we-
preference, but there's
Manager
two different
Gunkel
things.
will always
Yes.
make a decision. You'll always have a resolution, a decision.
Correct.
It'll be,
And
I
then
agree
it's
with your informal complaint, or I don't, I'm fixing something, or I'm not, and it's always closed.
But if it's informal and they're not happy with it, then they have to move to the next stage.
then they would have to file a formal
Then they open
complaint.
a new
Yes,
case.
that's in
And
the
then that
rules.
starts that process, two separate processes.
Okay. I'm satisfied with that.
Sorry I interrupted you.
No, you're fine. I appreciate that. I look at these so much, sometimes I see it and then I don't see it because I've seen them so much.
So I want to show you all a very funny thing on attachment C, which has to do with the crossing procedure. Someone will remember this.
Someone
Under
did.
item 3, the fourth sentence says, when all of the above conditions permit crossing, skydivers must also check to ensure no aircraft are engaged. When this was first drafted up, the word no was left out. And I had gotten this over on a Friday to sign. This was before Manager Amber had come to the city, I believe. We had an interim here, and I read through the whole document, and I kept coming to this thinking, I think there's a word missing. Because if you ensure that aircraft are engaged, you don't want to cross then. I think you don't want to cross when none of them are. So the next weekend, we called Ross on the phone. You remember that, Ross? Probably not. I said, there was a word missing. It was the word no.
So they stop in midair and wait for a clearance to cross the road?
No. Go ahead, Michelle.
I was just going to say, you'll be proud to know that we are an example now in the airport insurance industry. And at the CIS conference where they were talking about airport insurance, they said there was this airport that had a skydiver situation where they landed on a piece of property and they had to cross the runway. So yeah, we are now part of legend.
Yay.
Are we a good example or a bad example?
We got it resolved.
We're a good example of what not to do.
So any other council comments? Shelley, I think you and your team at the airport have done a marvelous job.
Thank
Because this has been many, many months in the process. And a number of times we've looked at it, so thank you
Thank you.
very
Thank the
much.
commission. They're a great group of guys to work with.
So now this comes to the city council in 2 weeks for council decision, correct?
If city council so directs, we will bring it to you for adoption.
Yeah,
City council, do you so direct?
yeah, let's just vote on this.
Okay, thank you. So now we go to airport annual report.
And with that, I will turn it over to our chair.
I got a couple of pictures, I'm gonna try to get them to work here. Here's, There we go, it's all yours. Okay, I'll just tee that up, that's for a little bit later. So my name's Jim Marglasso, I'm on the Airport Commission, and I'm coming to you today with our annual exercise, which is our report, our annual report to you from the Commission, which is a one-year look back, what we were able to accomplish over the last year. I would say what Shelley's been able to accomplish this last year, and what we look forward to accomplishing in the coming year, which is a little bit different process than a strategic plan, which we're also bringing later this year, which is a 5-year look ahead. And we hope to be able to bring you that in April, is when we're on the schedule to do that. So, picture's up already. That's for later on. So Kyle's here to help me today. Basically, what we have done is we've taken our existing strategic plan, the one just concluded for 22, And it's divided into 3 general categories. And then there are a bunch of objectives and tasks under each one of these goal areas. But the first goal is to provide a safe and efficient operation of the airport. The second goal is to basically demonstrate value to the community of having the airport and what we're going to do to advance that. And then the third goal is to provide as serve as a primary strategic center of operations in the event of a major emergency or major disaster. So those are 3 things that came out of the last strategic plan, and ones we continue to work on even today. So Kyle is going to talk about the safe and efficient operation of the airport and what we've done in that area.
Yeah, thank you. So any general aviation airport is a capital-intensive facility requiring significant ongoing investments for safe and efficient operation. Consequently, the airport management has maintained ongoing maintenance and capital improvement programs to preserve and extend the useful life of the airport. The funding of the necessary improvements has been supported by grant applications and administrative activity to maximize the leverage of federal and state fundings, which I think that's a really important thing here is how could we take federal and state money and use the airport to get these improvements brought to our community. And so one of the notable ones is removed and replaced the runway as part of a $3.9 million project. So the airport was upgraded to basically a $4 million new runway, and it was all sponsored via grant and state and federal funding at 0 cost basically to the city. And so that's a huge thing for the city and everyone in the city. That's probably a 20 to 30 year solution. And so our old runway had mole holes and all kinds of ridiculous things in the runway, and this new runway is perfectly flat. All the paint striping, everything's perfect. I mean, it's quite impressive. And we'll talk about you guys coming down this year and looking at it later, a little bit later. Another thing was procured and installed a new LED airport rotating beacon. And so you guys seen on the freeway the new green and white beacon, very impressive. And it's very impressive from the sky. I was flying around Christmas lights this year, and I mean, you could see it. I was at Coburg Hills flying around, and you could see Creswell, which is important to aviation to spot and find these airports because it's very difficult with the city lights to spot where the runway is. And so those rotating beacons are very important. There's other improvements to different buildings, Suite 2 and Suite 6. There were some heating systems that were upgraded, the heating systems were upgraded using ARPA and CRRSA funding at 0 cost to the city. Another area this last year is procured funding for design of north taxi lanes. We're waiting on the FAA final approval. Designed and permitted a wastewater system to serve the airport. And so for this airport, wastewater and a water system for businesses to attract businesses and also other airport users to utilize it, water and sewer is really important. And a lot of the talks and stuff with this development, they're thinking about all the airport users. So putting in new hangar rows, there's going to be bathrooms and showers on the end that all hangar users can use. Because right now there's only 1 bathroom in the airport and porta potties privately funded by the airport users. And so when you used to have businesses and people there, you need porta potties or you need bathrooms. And so the wastewater program is a huge step for the airport. And eventually the water coming to the airport will be another huge step, but this is a huge step for us right now. Let's see. And so then the work plan for 2023, design and construct the north taxi lanes and utilizing for future hangar development. So hangar spaces for airplane users, they don't want to store their airplanes outside. And so it's becoming more and more valuable. And Eugene's we're gonna see an influx of people leaving Eugene, GA traffic, because their commercial operations are getting bigger. And so general aviation people are looking other places to go. And so expanding these new taxi lanes, building hangars, I get phone calls all the time from friends and people, is there any hangars at Creswell? Can I build at Creswell? What are the options? And so these design plans and stuff that are happening are all for future growth, but there's people right now that want hangar space, and so it takes time to do all this stuff. So that was kind of the next big thing, as Jim talked about, is the 2024 master plan update. So that's going to happen this 2023 year. So that has to do with federal money with the FAA. So you have to have a master plan. The strategic plan is the vision between the airport and the city, kind of what are we going to do. The 2024 master plan is specifically, we have to make sure we meet all these different requirements. And so that's a big project we have to do, but also how are we going to develop the airport. If a new guy wants to come to the airport and build the hangar, how does that fit in with the plan of the airport and the overall use? So that covers up basically goal 1. Goal 2 is provide value for the Creswell citizens and stakeholders. The airport is a community asset and must demonstrate value to the community at large. Significant progress has been made during 2022 with the gradual relax of COVID-19. So the 4th of July, we had an event where there's 50+ rides given to Young Eagles and community members, anyone that wanted to bring kids or whoever wanted to go on airplane rides. There's 50+ rides given. The Creswell School District has hired a staff member to do aviation STEM program. They're doing daily classes now. So the STEM program is starting to get movement and traction. And then our plan for 2023. So host an open house type holiday event with airplane rides. So I think for the airport, getting people, making them realize that you can come to the airport and it's a benefit or an asset to you as a community member. Airports a lot of times have these walls where you feel like you can't go to an airport. You only go for commercial use. Well, we have a lot of general aviation traffic and people that go to the airport and fly for fun all the time. And so to encourage the city to come and take advantage of that. And open house and rides is a good way to do that because it teaches people, how do you come to an airport? Where can I walk on an airport? And it gets people there and people start realizing the benefit of this airport that's in their city. One of the things we talked about was for this 2023 year is organize an airport safety day. And so how could we tie that to the airport users, but also the community? And some of the things we talked about was organizing essentially a 3-part staging area. We have a fire extinguisher demonstration so we can teach users, what if there was a fire at the airport? How can you put the fire out? But then also invite the community. Here's an opportunity to use fire extinguishers. Here's information you can use. So that'd be one training area. And then another training area would be first aid. So have a training area where we can show, in case of an airplane-related accident, what kind of first aid would be needed. And invite the community also to take part in all these different classes. So that way you can kind of keep expanding that education. Training on pilots. This is more pilot specific, but what if you do have an off-airport landing? What are the things you need to do to prepare the airplane to land off-airport? Shut the fuel off, turn the battery off. How do you open the door? I mean, weird things in the airplane that you don't think about, so that way our airport users ultimately are more educated on if they do have an emergency. And so kind of do a training seminar basically in this realm, would invite the airport users and the city. Let's see. Another thing was work with Eugene Springfield ham radio clubs to provide prep classes for the ham radio license. So the Eugene Springfield Ham Radio Club has offered training to anyone that wants to get their ham radio license. And so they'll take you all the way to the point of testing for your license for free. And so it's kind of a cool benefit for anyone in Creswell. They can come and take advantage of this ham radio that you guys are putting in. Aviation STEM. So create working groups to engage participants in the aviation STEM program. So how do we keep pushing and developing the STEM program? Because we have this airport and we have this school district. We can combine the two, and aviation is a funny thing. The average age of aviation is older. And so they're getting out of aviation, and there's not this, people aren't coming on the other side and taking up those jobs. So there's huge demand. And so relaying that to middle school, high school kids that you can get your pilot's license, you can get your mechanic's license, and you'll have endless amount of work and a really good paying job. And so using the Creswell High School and the airport to connect those dots for those kids. One of the things we did in 2019 was we had the middle school come down and we set up a aviation day, basically, where all the different businesses at the airport had an open house, and groups of kids went from each business, and they got to see, here's how a skydiving operation works, here's how flight training works, and kind of worked around. And we got to talking about it, and that might be a cool thing for the community at large. Specifically, we can do the STEM, but then also the community at large. How does Creswell Airport benefit the community? What can they do? If they want to come, and can they go on an airplane ride? Can they do flight training and kind of invite an open house, basically? And also to the city council, having you guys come and look at the different things, because a lot of people have never been to the airport in their town, and so creating that to happen, I think an open house is a great way to do that. So that's kind of those 2 goals.
And so I'm here to talk about the third goal, which is for basically responding in an emergency. How can we use the airport to just respond to a disaster or another emergency like that? Due to Sherry's work, we've been successful in getting 3 huge emergency generators installed at the airport. one at the Emergency Operations Center hangar, which is on the north end, one at the FBO, and then another one to run the airport lighting itself. We received grants to fund a emergency operation container, which has recently arrived at the airport. It's there. Satellite phones and an ATV with a blade and sweeper attachment to remove snow and other things that would accumulate. Applied for grants to install a ham radio station and participated in the Cascadia Rising 22 disaster response exercise by providing Air Operations Center, and that's what I've got some pictures to show you what that is. So Cascadia Rising 22 was a region-wide exercise that occurred in June, and the idea there was that there was a 9.2 Richter scale earthquake that occurred off the coast, the Cascadia subduction zone, created 35-foot tidal wave inundating communities along the coast. And, so how could we respond to that with a regional airlift was the idea. Creswell was set up as basically the dispatch center, or the air operations center, so all the information about the flights came into our hangar at Creswell, and we got situation reports on the status of the flights and so on and so forth. But let's see if I can get this into a full screen. Anyway, this was the plan. Basically, there was 30,000 pounds of food that was delivered here up in Walla Walla, Washington. And so our volunteer pilots in their airplanes were to take 10,000 pounds of that and fly it to staging airports in the valley here. There you go. That's good, Joe. That worked. Yeah. So the green lines there are basically the staging airports. They had a staging airport in Aurora. We had one in Albany and one here in Creswell. And we had one that's marked in blue. It was actually another staging airport in Bend, which really turned out handy because I don't know if this was last June. I don't know if you remember what the weather was like last June. It was like winter in June. And so it was very difficult flying conditions on that day, so we wound up flying a lot more into Bend than we thought we would. The blue lines are basically what would the flights that were to occur the following day to the impact areas along the coast. And when you see the little red dots, those are the actual impact areas. And so we selected airports that were as close to those as possible. There you go. Okay, this is what 30,000 pounds of potatoes, carrots, and onions looks like on pallets. This is up in the Walla Walla airport. And then this is one of the outgoing flights. We had airport volunteer here in Creswell's packing up this airplane to take it down to, I believe this one went to an abandoned area. This is what the dispatch center looks like. So each one of these lines that you see here is a flight. The weather was so bad, if it turned out red, that was a canceled flight. If it was a green, that was a flight that was actually a go flight. And the way it turned out, about, the more experienced pilots were actually the ones that flew and had the more capable airplanes that could stand up to a little bit of icing. So, Michelle?
Was this set up in the EOC hangar?
No, this was in the hangar adjacent to the EOC.
Oh.
Yeah, my hangar actually. And so one of the issues there is that the exercise assumptions is that there's no cell phone service, there's no email, there's no internet, and all of that is completely wiped out. So the communications are actually handled via satellite phone and ham radio. And so this is an example of what a ham radio station looks like. This was set up at the Newport airport where we flew in quite a bit of food into Newport. And so it's usually a 3-person operation, and these ham radio operators are reporting flights as they come into Newport, flights as they leave, what the time is, any kind of pilot reports on what they encountered along the way, any, in particular importance, any blockages of major highways or roadways between here and the coast. And then this is what the airplane side of that looked like at Newport. We had 5 or 6 airplanes were lined up, and they were unloading the food there. It went to 2 places. One was the local Newport Food Bank, and the other one was the Siletz tribe up in up toward up north there.
Lincoln
Beach,
City?
I think it was. Yeah, Lincoln City. So that's kind of an idea of what we have in mind. There's a Cascading Rising 24 exercise, and so we're working with Michelle and Shelley, trying to determine, to what extent will the city become involved in that exercise, and what will it entail. But the idea being that Creswell is not just set up to serve the citizens of Creswell, but become kind of a regional resource available to virtually everyone in the state.
And it's funny how those things pop up. One of the things with like aviation fuel, so all these wildfires we sell the fuel, and we go through a lot more fuel when that stuff pops up, and that directly benefits everyone in the city because we're selling a lot more fuel.
So that's a report. Have any questions?
I was actually going to ask how the airport benefits. You talked a lot about like educational opportunities, and I was curious to know more about how the airport benefits us financially, and possibly because I don't know enough.
Say it one more time, the last part, so the education opportunities, and then what was the last thing?
How does the airport benefit the community financially?
I can
go ahead.
feel that. Basically, it's in leveraging all this federal money. I mean, you're creating an asset over there, and you're really shining it up and making it really quite notable in the region as an airport facility. And you're able to do that primarily through FAA grants, as well as other types of grants. So these emergency operations grants, all these things. This is money coming into the city, built to maintain and improve the airport asset. And so it's kind of like, that's a good strategic plan question, is how does the city wish to leverage that asset for the benefit of the citizens, both educationally, from a disaster response standpoint, and financially.
So how is you talked about like bringing in hangars, more hangars and stuff. Where does the profit from said hangars, or you're going to answer this, I can tell. Go ahead.
Well, I'll take a run at it. So there's a business plan being put together. The hangars don't go up for free. They're expensive. And the idea there would be that the city would in a sense become a hangar landlord, or get in the hangar landlord business, where there would be some money put up front, and that would be paid off plus a return to this, the city. And Jim's more expert at this than I would be, but the idea would be that would be another revenue center for the airport fund, and that it would be self-funding, plus potentially adding more fuel sales and other things as people kind of populate those hangars and do business with the FBO and with the mechanics on the field.
You can look at it as an economic development driver as well. These are really good paying jobs, and they're right here in Creswell. So these are businesses that are operating on the airfield in addition to people parking their planes and putting them in hangars. So we've got some really good businesses. Additionally, there was, and Shelley could talk to this, there was a study that was done that talked about what airports bring to a community.
And I believe Creswell's dollar amount, because we have restaurants, we have people that come, they eat, they buy gas, they stop at the grocery store, they stay in our motel, so all that money is generated. It keeps the businesses in Creswell alive. And I believe we were at $13 million per year is what is being brought into the city by the airport.
To businesses in the city.
To the businesses,
Right,
yes.
right. But I'm curious if, can some of the revenue generated be appropriated to road funds?
No.
Okay.
The airport is an enterprise fund.
Okay.
And as such, anything that is a revenue or an expense derived on that airport must stay on that airport.
Okay.
So we are an enterprise fund. It was set up, and most airports are specifically set up for that, so that those things don't happen. So we have to take care of everything that we have on those 102 acres, but it stops any of the bleeding of funds to other areas. So it protects the airport. But it also means that we have to come up with our own money.
But we do benefit because we put our EOC over there, and we've taken aviation funds and we've developed the EOC with that. So rather than using general funds or city funds, Shelley's been able to write grants that have funded the satellite phones and are funding the ham radio and are funding the generators and the staging area, things like that. So
I was thinking more in terms of like, you know, we're generating more activity in our city with the airport, which is harder on our roads. And so that's kind of where I was going in my head with that, but I understand that that can't be.
Well, you could do a street utility fee and charge a certain amount to each airport user. So that could be, right now the airport does fund public safety in that they pay a public safety fee. So there is that option as part of a utility fee that we might be able to charge.
So the hangar, people who have hangars there pay public safety fee?
Yes, because they receive.
What
they
about people
receive
who just use a
protection.
tie down? I mean, they don't have a hangar.
As long as they have an account with the city, a month-to-month account, they do pay.
Okay.
And even if they don't, you know, Nelson and others who have airport property, they charge their users
Correct.
for public safety fee as well, so
You're
I know
saying
that
that-
money goes somewhere.
You're saying that transportation utility fee could be added as well as
Because
they
they use city
use
streets.
city roads?
There's a nexus there that we could look at.
Okay.
Transients are the only ones that don't pay because we don't have an account with them.
Sure.
Someone flies in, but you can look at it, they fly in, they utilize the courtesy car, they go and they spend $60 at a restaurant, or they go out to the wineries and then come back. They're bringing money into that community.
Other council comments or questions?
And if I may, I'd like to introduce Pat Dodson. He is another one of our commissioners who's trying to stay quiet and hidden. The councilors that may not know him.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Well, Jim and Kyle, as I look over this report, I wrote down, wow. Especially as I looked at all the accomplishments in 2022.
Well, we owe it to you, Mayor. You got this all started back 5 years ago, I believe.
You know, I'm glad we created that strategic plan because a lot of things have happened. And now you're going on to the next iteration of it and working on the master plan. So, but I also think we owe a lot to our city council representative who's been very active on the commission as well. Alonzo.
I got the easy part. I just report back.
But you go to the
You guys
meetings.
are great.
Your presentation is good, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're on to the LCOG, Lane Council of Government report. And so I represent the city to LCOG. We're a member of LCOG. But as I have been attending meetings over the last several months, I've discovered that quite a fair amount of the business transacted at meetings, I don't know how pertains to Creswell.
Right.
But sometimes it does. So I just have two items to report on tonight. First, the audit, which is of course important, was presented in January and was accepted by the board. Clean audit, that's always good, right, Jim? But then one of the presentations, annual presentation of senior and disability services. And that has a lot of impact on Creswellians. So I decided I would just make a copy of the report and make sure you all get a copy of it and encourage you, because all of us are becoming, if not some of us already are, senior people. And we will most likely need services at some point. And it's nice to know that we have a very active Senior Disability Services, that is directed by LCOG. It's under their umbrella. And so as you get a chance to go through this on your own, you're going to see a lot of the services and how they utilize volunteers and how many people are served. And as I read through it myself, I thought, wow, there are things in here I didn't realize. But I was very grateful to know the information and to have phone numbers and contacts how I can, this is for Michelle. So I just wanted to pass this out to all of you, and I will continue to keep you updated on LCOG, things that pertain to what we're doing here in Creswell. Michelle.
Would it be useful for us to try to push out some of this information on on the city's social media network?
Probably.
Okay.
Because yes, I'm sure it would. As you go through this, I thought of different ways that people in Creswell benefit from, whether it's senior meals or taxpayer help or all kinds of things. You know, one of their big encouragement, Oregon Project Independence, they're trying to help people to stay at home as long as you can as you get older. So just a lot of different dimensions of it.
Not that many years ago, we had an office here in town for senior and disability services at the Cobalt Center.
Community Center.
Community Center. Okay, the Community Center. Is there any possibility of getting someone back here in the city? Any way to pursue that?
We could ask.
You can ask.
Well, because in that new apartment complex, there's businesses on the bottom. That might be an opportunity to have a small office there to help with our community with all these things. We have quite a few senior and disabled people in this area that would benefit from not having to travel to Eugene or Springfield, even if it's only 3 days a week. But, you know, I don't know how we would pursue getting something like that in our town again.
Probably talk to Brenda and ask her.
Okay.
They were next door, but just for a couple of years, if I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then I think that they're.
They were there and community sharing was there, but everybody left because, I know community sharing left because they couldn't really offer their services here. They're not electronically connected, so all of their forms and everything are paper forms, and they have them down in Cottage Grove. So they stopped coming here, and I don't know why senior and disability services stopped. But we also used to have
Women's space.
women's space, yeah. They all share, the office is still there, and it still has furniture in it, and it still has printers and everything in it. They just walked off and they just turned the key and locked the door.
Well, how about Michelle and I and Alonzo, we can talk about this, one of our planning sessions, and
Okay.
figure out who we can talk to about that.
That would really benefit our community. We've got a lot more people than there were that many years ago as well. Our population has increased.
I know the senior meals program operates out of the place on 2nd Street, right across the street from my house. That senior living.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Place?
That's where they have the Cafe 60.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know if they offer services out of there or not, so.
Worth checking out and see.
Yeah.
Our community needs, if they already have services here, then our community needs to know about it. If they don't, our community needs the services available here. The ones that are least likely to be able to travel to Eugene or Cottage Grove are the ones that need the help the most.
They had been located in Cottage Grove, and then I think maybe rent got too high, and then they decided to relocate here. But then they weren't here for very long, and I don't know if they went back to Cottage Grove or they just vacated both.
They did look at coming here, and they couldn't find a place that they could afford the rent. They looked at over by Dollar Tree or a dollar store. I know that there was an office opening there, and I'm not sure what the situation is at the old Super 8, what those are being rented out for. I know that they probably can't afford, if it's the same as what they're renting the apartments for, they can't afford that. But maybe if the commercial space is cheaper.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
And we have space here. And we do rent it out. We rent out to parole and probation. We have them using the community center. Of course, that's until the fire department decides to build a new fire station.
True.
But until that time,
Okay, well, we'll have that conversation and bring a report back to you.
Okay.
So Shelley, Lane Act.
Oh my gosh, again, get excited for Lane Act. I actually don't have too much of a report tonight, mostly because I needed to step away from Lane Act at about 6:15 to be able to attend the Water Rate Advisory Committee meeting, so I would defer to Curtis, who is my buddy in attendance of the Lane Act meeting, but I can talk about what happened or what was on the agenda. And so we were able to receive some comments from the audience while we were there. Essentially, individuals that wanted to speak around the Fern Ridge, kind of the expansion right around Veneta, and their concerns around the impacts to the wetlands, and they wanted to look for other options to be able to increase safety as well as not expanding out into that space. So there were two individuals who spoke there. We were able to get updates from, and this is just a standing agenda item, updates from ODOT, from Central Lane Metropolitan Policy Committee, as well as just updates from the membership. I do not have an update on the Great Streets grant application process, except that we have not been cut yet. So we're still in the running for that grant possibility, which, in case you don't know, would bring about $7 million worth of work to the jog area, and then along Front Street. Yep.
What's the jog area?
So right over the railroad tracks area.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, where we need it.
Yeah, yeah. So that it's a weird piece of property because it is Highway 99, but we drive on it to connect the east and the west, and so it feels like a city street, but it's not. And then there's also a railroad crossing there, so it just gets really messy in terms of doing any sort of updates or getting some eyes on that. So as Curtis shared, there was a lot of really great work done by Maddie Phillips, who was our city planner before, to be able to help just bring eyes on that area and be able to demonstrate the work that needs to be done and how critical that is. And so they were able to, Maddie was able to work with ODOT to be able to do some studies and be able to really come up with, here's why we believe it would be $7 million. And so, which is, most grant applications are not at that place yet, so I think that helps make us very competitive. So I'm staying positive about that feeling. I feel really good about our ODOT representatives just really championing that Great Streets grant application. So I am still hopeful. We haven't been cut yet, which is, I think, the furthest we've made it in this project. So we're staying positive.
Good.
And then we were able to elect an ambassador for Lane Act, and so Mayor Lucy Vennis, who's the mayor of Eugene, she's serving as our Lane Act ambassador, so kind of the other person that is giving leadership to Lane Act. And then I needed to step away, but we were able to get information about the Oregon National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Plan. And since I wasn't there, I would defer to Curtis on any questions about that. And then we're also able to get a legislative update around regional needs. And then we're able to get some information around the statewide transportation improvement program, which is the STIP, in case you hear those acronyms, along with that as well. So that's Lane Act.
Okay.
Keeping it brief this time.
Curtis, have anything to report?
I will confirm that we are still in the running with the Great Streets program. I'm in touch with the ODOT representative who's shepherding our application forward, and I expect that she'll give me a draft submittal within the next, maybe this week, so.
Okay.
See what happens.
Good. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Stand, stretch, walk around, get ready for Ross. How's your little baby doing?
She's good, but she's busy.
Busy? You already have two boys that I think are busy, right?
Oh, they sure are. That's for sure. A lot of doctor's appointments. Eating every 2 hours. No sleep. Really struggling to get through everything.
I think grandparents have it good because they don't have to go through all that. I'm not there yet. I have no grandchildren.
Well, yeah, one day you can enjoy it and then go, all right, I'm done.
Well, we had a boy and we went through all that. Then we adopted a girl at age 22 months. That's totally different. I had to regress for about a year because of the trauma. She's going through a whole different thing, but yeah.
They probably haven't done it before, but man, at my age, it's not supposed to be happening and all the other good stuff. It's a lot. It's a lot more than I thought that we had to get through. It's not that big a deal. Once we get her through, she has a little bit of a heart issue. Her leaflets are small. They're thicker than they're supposed to be, so the heart is pumping harder than it should. Something we're not too concerned about right now, but we gotta keep getting checked. It's something we gotta keep following up with. So, we pay our own insurance for it, and so with that, the cost of everything that's coming on, it's not good money. Start paying your own insurance. It's been stressful, with no sleep, and work's been busy, and this is a learning experience.
When I was in my early 20s, I came to
$164,000.
Multi-use pad.
And I pay my own insurance. I paid my dollars.
That's gonna work, yeah.
It was a hard year for us.
Yeah, we're paying about $1,200 a month on insurance, and then that, we paid another $7,000, then we paid another 5 more, and that's obnoxious for just a pacemaker.
I was shocked. It almost set me back.
I didn't know.
Because mine was a day surgery. I went in the morning, checked in.
So you were in and out.
I was in 3 or 4 hours, then I went in, my surgery lasted 20 minutes, then I discovered, and I went home.
I just thought it was true and I went and
I was not admitted to the hospital, I didn't stay overnight. But when I think that half the
It keeps you alive, that's what they use on you. Oh, you're gonna be alive and well, right?
I'm living on borrowed time, and I'm grateful for it.
I think we're all living on borrowed time.
It's like I think on the high side it was like 80.
Yeah, I know mine.
It's not like make or break you, like, no. Well, based on what I could tell earlier, that was I think it was between 200 and 2,000.
Is that right?
I'm from the main office, so
where's that?
based on your feet. So I covered the whole county and I ran the graveyard. So usually people were low. She actually just went on a run along with us. Is that right? That's hilarious. Yes. They're rails. Great.
You're on the hot side now.
I would hope so.
No, the homeless cannot come to the airport.
Yeah, I didn't get to know her real well, but
Yeah.
she rode during my shift with one of my deputies.
She's been on so many rides. Do you know she brought
Shelley was so Shelley volunteered.
Good.
No, remember?
I think it's really important that the
What was
dispatchers
the
kind
last year? Year
of
before.
have a better idea of
They had the one guy that broke into the city shop.
It looks
Did
like
in county.
in real.
City shop. Him and his
I'm excited. I got off work at 5. I got home. Put the animals in the building.
Don't
So this is perfect. I had 10 minutes at home before I had to come in. Same thing. Fed the dogs. Told the daughter, you have to feed the cats. Too bad. I'm out of here.
Because like, Richard. So it's like.
Darren been retired, so I went down. I just kind of,
Oh, you did?
I think I'm a little kind of.
Much more.
Here's my pro tip. So you put your salt, a little cracker, a little cheese, a little grape.
And he's like, everyone else, it's like, just, he felt.
You're winning.
Just to ease his attention.
Feel good about my day.
Well, that's actually Eugene on the airport. Which is great.
I should say something like.
Figure out whether or not they want to work.
I was gonna say, but so that's a good place to be.
Trying to get all the
Prices and stuff like that.
I know, I still have to get it right. I want to.
They say, but you know, they're so nasty about badging for your badge. You have to do it for the last.
3-4 years.
And then if you go into the
It costs a lot.
that isn't the building you're
Yeah, well, there's that.
they'll fine you. I always used to when I'm running a five.
I'll
But I got tired of waiting for them.
I'm gonna stuff my face really quick. The crunchy stuff mostly.
Badge.
All right, here's my pro tip. Little cracker, little cheese, little grape, all in one bite. I'm not a Coke fan. You know what? I'll do it with an olive. There you go.
It's like Atlantic, hard to shoot.
One of those people who's never wrapped my head around fruit very well. I'll eat It's kind of like me with like cantaloupe or like any melon. I'm like, melon, not. We came home from school every day, almost every day. It was either honey, cantaloupe, or watermelon.
After 2 years.
As I was sitting there, and my mom like to cut off the cantaloupe. They were in, when I turned 18, got out of mom's house, I gave up game,
Never again, huh?
seafood, and roast beef. Yep.
Oh my gosh. I could never give up seafood. No way.
I've never been able to
Oh,
Certainly rude when I'm in a situation where I'm like, oh, you're supposed to be seafood. Like, it's that bad, like, I can't even be polite about it. And I grew up, sort of, like I said, I chopped it up in small bites, got a glass of milk, and swallowed it like pills. Yeah. Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah, we had a rule growing up that you had to try, even if you didn't like it, you had to have a little bit of everything.
That was my rule with my kid, because we got horrible.
Yeah. We call it a no thank you bite.
Yeah, we had that too. That's what I did with the kid. And you know the funny thing is my kid is really yeah, also, I don't think she likes it. Like, she just, you know, so I'm really thankful for that. Yeah. But we were sitting at the dinner table till 2 o'clock in the morning.
Come back.
Already? Okay, I'm gonna crunch that. I can hear it already.
Okay, I'll be here.
Yeah, every time. It's a nice fry, thank you.
Oh, good. I tried to get a little bit of savory and sweet. Snack.
Who has all of this? I never get all of this.
Totally cheating.
Can I sit over here?
I was thinking
you may.
charcuterie. I was thinking,
Grace, did you put the, are we on?
Hi, Phil.
Okay, we are reconvening the meeting. Turn it over to Ross Williamson.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you again. I put my slideshow in front of you all, so you should have a copy of what I'm showing on the screens. If you have been to a League of Oregon Cities meeting over the last 2 years, you no doubt have heard about the homelessness issue and the cases and things like that. So I'm here today to kind of bring you up to speed on where we are today as of this moment. But with with a couple of provisos. One, there's a lot of litigation going on in this area, and new cases are coming out all the time, and so our landscape may change depending on a decision that comes out. So it's just hard to tell. So this is a point in time analysis of the current case law, and then homelessness is a big issue in the legislature. So, our new governor has some proposals in front of the legislature, mostly having to do with funding. But who knows what will come out of the legislature. So stay tuned on that as well. So what we're going to talk about is just kind of a quick overview of where we are right now, how we got here. And in particular, I'm going to go over the kind of foundational cases that got us to where we are, and then the key piece of legislation from 2021 that kind of puts us on the clock. So we actually are, we have a deadline of July of this year to make a decision on a couple things, and I'll show you those. And then we can have a discussion about what that means for the city of Creswell. So I'm going to start out with some kind of background information, and a lot of, when we talk about homelessness, there are a lot of different definitions of what is a homeless person or someone experiencing homelessness, and that kind of drives how we look at it, and it certainly drives how we count it and see it, and there are different definitions used by different agencies, and so you will see different numbers, and they could both be correct, even though they are different numbers. And so that's part of the problem with this whole concept. So what we have here is just kind of a definition from Portland State University that basically says homelessness is lacking regular access to safe and adequate stable housing. That seems like a pretty basic definition, but that is not used universally. Here's the definition used by Lane County, the Human Services Division. They say a person is homeless if they report sleeping in an emergency shelter, another shelter such as a camping program or a hut program, or on the streets in a vehicle or other place not meant for human habitation. And so that seems like a fairly complete definition, and yet even if we look at that definition, it does not include people who we might also think are technically homeless, someone who is couch surfing. And the notion of doubling up is a big concept right now in housing, and so that means generally having more bodies in a room than it was designed for. So if you have a 4-bedroom apartment and you have 3 or 4 families living in that apartment, or if you have a 2-bedroom apartment and you have one room full of 8 kids, that is way too many people for that 1 bedroom, but they're not homeless, and they're not counted as homeless by Lane County. So I'm not here to solve that question. I'm just illustrating that the definition depends on, or that the counts, the numbers depend on the definition. This is from the National Center on Homelessness and Poverty, a national think tank, and they say this is some of the leading causes of homeless. And obviously, number one, if you have insufficient income or if you're in poverty, that is a driver of being homeless. Societally, lack of affordable housing is a corresponding driver. So you can either have not enough income or not enough affordable housing, and those kind of work in tandem. Mental illness is a big cause of homelessness. Having a severe mental disability can get you evicted faster than maybe someone who is not mentally ill. Of course, substance abuse is another big driver. If you can't hold down a job because of your substance abuse, that contributes to the problem. Foreclosures, increasing interest rates these days. Home loans are becoming more and more unaffordable for folks, and so foreclosures are becoming more and more of an option for banks. And I guess that goes hand in hand with evictions. So there have been some eviction moratoriums as a result of COVID, Some of those are expiring, and there's a whole different framework of foreclosures and evictions based upon federal law, state law, and local law. And so it depends on where you live, whether you get evicted or not. And then another leading cause of homelessness is domestic violence. So if you can't be safe in your home, then you aren't going to be there. And sometimes that person has no other choice because they don't have a checkbook, they don't have the credit card, they are living on the street. So Lane County now, we used to have what was called the point in time. It was, I think it was done every February, I think it was, or maybe January, where all the communities would go out and count their homeless. And it was one day, and you would get your point in time count. And so that was your one count of all people who you would classify as homeless for that particular day, and then that was extrapolated for the year. Lane County no longer...
I'm sorry, and the definition of homeless is the Lane County homeless definition?
Yes, and so this data corresponds with the Lane County definition.
Okay,
right?
so...
Good point.
Okay.
So this Lane County no longer uses a point in time. They now try to take a continuous census. And so this is actually, they're continually taking a census of the homeless population and trying to count folks throughout the year. And so they have monthly figures. And so this is their numbers from January of this year. They counted over 4,800 people who they would classify as homeless. And then I broke down just some interesting breakdowns within that count. Almost, I guess, roughly 2 to 1 in terms of male versus female. The biggest cohort was that 25 to 55 in age range. So that's interesting, I think, just intellectually, because that's your prime working years, 25 to 55, and yet that's the biggest cohort of homeless in our community. And then, as we might guess, 75% of that number from Lane County is in Eugene. But that still leaves, that leaves over 1,000 people outside of Eugene that are made up in unincorporated Lane County and then the other communities of Lane County. All right, that's just the kind of interesting backdrop for the discussion. And now we get into the case law that got us to where we are. As you may know, as we probably all know, we hear about the Martin case or we hear about the Boise case. And that's the seminal case right now in terms of case law impacting regulation of homelessness. And what Martin versus the city of Boise did out of the Ninth Circuit in 2019 was it applied the 8th Amendment to the United States Constitution to being homeless. So it says, and this is a quote from the court, an ordinance violates the 8th Amendment insofar as it imposes criminal sanctions against homeless individuals for sleeping outdoors on public property when no alternative shelter is available to them. So what Boise had was a pretty broad and fully inclusive anti-camping regulation. And they said you can't camp on public property at any time of day. So whether that's on the sidewalk or in a park or on other city property, you were subject to a fine, a citation, and a trip to City of Boise Municipal Court. And you could even be jailed. So it was a criminal punishment. And the Ninth Circuit said that is a violation of the 8th Amendment because these folks can't control the fact that they are homeless. So they're being punished for something they can't control. And this was an extrapolation. I'll nerd out with you a little bit here. So how did the Ninth Circuit even get here? So the 8th Amendment has been applied to these types of issues outside of homelessness before, and the big one that is being intoxicated. So if you are intoxicated, you can't control the fact that you are intoxicated at that point in time. And so many years ago, the U.S. Supreme Court said the 8th Amendment says that you can't punish someone for being intoxicated because they have no control over that. You can punish someone for drinking in public, and so that's what we do now. So if someone has an open container, you can charge for that because that's an action that they can control. But once they are inebriated and they're walking down the street, you can't, our deputy here cannot pull someone over because they are stumbling and intoxicated, and they can't go to jail for being intoxicated, so, because that is a state of their being at that point in time. And the Ninth Circuit said, well, I think homelessness is pretty similar to that. They can't control being homeless, and so we can't criminalize their state of being homeless. So I'm just the messenger here. That's what the court said, and that's what we're living with. The Boise case, this is kind of a famous footnote in the case, footnote number 8. And this is the court basically putting a little side note on the case and saying, these are all the things we're not deciding, and these are all the things that we're not clarifying for you. So we're calling this an Eighth Amendment violation, but we're not really answering anything else for you. So it created the issue, but not really, but not direct government in how to solve the problem. So the Ninth Circuit was clear in saying, we're not ordering the city of Boise to provide shelter. We're just saying, if you don't provide shelter, then you can't criminalize someone for being homeless. You figure it out, city of Boise. The city specifically, or the court case specifically left open the option that regulations can be valid given the specific facts and scenarios. So they made clear to say, well, there could be time, place, and manner regulations upon your parks if there are other places for these folks to go. Or if you can still regulate conduct. So if someone is blocking the sidewalk and you can't walk by, or someone in a wheelchair can't get by, then you can say, no, you can't block the sidewalks. There's got to be a free passage. You can't sleep in the middle of our streets. That's public property, but no, that's where cars go. So there are, the Ninth Circuit was saying, you still have some options, Boise, don't worry about it. But then didn't answer anything else. So of course, as soon as that Boise case came out, a whole bunch of lawsuits were filed all over the Ninth Circuit. And lucky for Oregon, we got one of our own. Oh, actually, I'm skipping ahead, sorry. So this is more of what the direction we got from Boise and what we didn't get from Boise. So the clear direction from the Martin versus Boise case is that cities cannot punish a person who is experiencing homelessness, but we're not required to build or provide shelters. Cities can continue to impose those traditional prohibitions and regulations on persons who do have access to shelter. So if someone is choosing not to go into a shelter and they have access to that shelter, then the court is saying, oh, you can punish those folks for sleeping in the streets. But then that kind of begs the question, and that throws it on our deputies to say, inquire, okay, why are you homeless today? Does that make sense? Probably not. But then it said you can have these time, place, and manner regulations, but it didn't go into any specifics about the contours of those, or what would be bad, what would be a good, where's that line? It was a whole bunch of gray. All right, now I'm jumping ahead. So we have another Ninth Circuit case called Johnson versus City of Grants Pass, and this started out as Blake versus Grants Pass. You may have heard of Blake versus Grants Pass. That's the name of the case in the trial court. Unfortunately, I think it was Mrs. Blake, passed away and was replaced by Johnson in the case. And so at the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, it's now Johnson versus Grants Pass. And this is our own Oregon case regarding the application of Martin. And the basic scenario here is we had the city of Grants Pass that didn't have a comprehensive regulation about anti-camping. So there was no Boise regulation in Grants Pass. And so Grants Pass felt pretty confident that they could defend their lawsuit. That, hey, we don't have a Martin versus Boise problem. We don't have an anti-camping regulation. But what the plaintiffs were able to show is that you have a totality of other regulations that are essentially the same. So instead of having a single anti-camping regulation, they had a no blocking sidewalks regulation, which basically meant no sleeping on the sidewalks. They had park hour regulations, so you could only be in our parks during daylight hours, which basically means you can't be there at night, you can't sleep there at night. And then they have policies and procedures in place, and some of the facts are maybe questionable, but as they came out in the case, sometimes police officers would pick someone up and then take them to another city or take them outside the city boundaries. And so they had policies and practices of treating homeless as if there was an anti-camping regulation in place. The final issue with the Grants Pass case is they said, well, our parks regulations aren't criminal regulations, they're just civil penalties. It's like a parking ticket. So we'll fine you, but we're not going to send you to jail. So that's not a criminal problem. That's not an Eighth Amendment problem. And Johnson says, no, that is still a problem. Any punishment, whether it's civil or criminal, is a problem under the Eighth Amendment. And so what we hear from the Johnson case is that we look at the totality of the circumstances, the totality of the regulations impacting homelessness. So we're not only just looking at for that Boise, you know, the big red star on your code that says no camping. We're looking at all of our city regulations that might impact a homeless person, and we're reading those all together. And then we're also not just looking at criminal problems, we're looking at civil penalties, and we're looking at park rules and things like that as well. Anything that can be enforced by the city, whether it's monetary or criminal. And the other big takeaway that we get from the Johnson case is that we're not only talking about camping out in the open, we're talking about camping in cars. So public property now includes your rights of way and someone parking in your rights of way and sleeping in their car. So that is now encompassed within the definition of camping in the Ninth Circuit.
Say that again. Someone's camping in their car and it's parked on the side of a road.
Yeah. So the street is city property, and Johnson clarified that city property. All these regulations impacting city property include your parking regulations. And so if someone is violating your parking regulations by sleeping in their car, that's because they're homeless. They have nowhere else to sleep.
We have a regulation that they can only stay in a certain area for so many hours, and then they have to move. Is that something that this addresses? Or is that okay? Can we tell them, you can sleep in your car in the right-of-way, you just have to keep moving it?
Well, so we don't have an answer. So that's one of the gray areas. My current opinion is that I have said that a lot of cities have 72-hour regulations. Yeah. My current opinion is that that's okay. Until a court says otherwise, that's kind of where I am right now. But we could hear from a court sometime in the near future that says no, that's you need longer, or give me something different. But I have said that a 72-hour requirement is okay. All right, so in 2021, the Oregon legislature saw the court system having so much fun on this issue that they wanted to get involved.
I have another question about that, because we have a situation where someone is sleeping in their vehicle and they have to use a CPAP machine. And so they're running a generator that violates our noise ordinance at night. And they're in a residential area, so it disturbs other people. Can we do something about that?
Good grief. That's a great question. I really don't know. Because
they need it for their health.
Right. great question.
If the
Maybe
city
we
provides them
move
a
them
different location?
To a industrial area.
Yeah, I mean, so these are the policy decisions that you all get to make so, I give you some frameworks here within which to work. And sometimes the choice here for the policymakers is to choose the least bad option for your community. And so, and those, I mean, we'll get to that a little bit, but those policy choices are really based upon your knowledge of your own community. And so Cottage Grove is making some choices right now that might be different than what you all want to see. And so, for instance, Cottage Grove is allowing folks to sleep in certain parks. They've opened up, I think, 2 of their parks to camping. And so they have a population now that are pretty much congregated in those parks. Whereas some cities just say, we're not going to regulate anything at all. So they have, a couple of little smaller pockets spread around the city. And for that community, that's their choice.
I feel like if you designate a park, you're going to have people migrating here.
And Mrs.
He agrees.
for Public Works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My opinion.
So, the Oregon legislature feeling left out. So in 2021, we have House Bill 3115, which has now been codified at ORS 195-530. And this legislation is effective July 1st, 2023, so July 1st of this year. And so that's kind of the time frame we're working under. And so what this legislation does, it was negotiated between it was largely between the plaintiffs in the Grants Pass case and some other homeless advocates, and the League of Oregon Cities was involved in some of those negotiations, and of course the legislators themselves were involved in those negotiations. And so this legislation was arrived at through negotiations, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's great for us. Negotiation means no one leaves happy. So this legislation says that the city's regulations of those experiencing homelessness must be objectively reasonable as to time, place, and manner with regards to those. I said it backwards. Our laws must be objectively reasonable as to time, place, and manner with regards to persons experiencing homelessness. So now, what this really does is that it kind of flips the script on Martin and the Johnson case, the Grants Pass case. So what we were doing up until and are doing right now is we're complying with Martin and Johnson by not enforcing laws that we think are probably bad. And so if you have an anti-camping regulation, if you have a Boise regulation, that's not bad as long as you don't enforce it. You only have an Eighth Amendment violation if you are enforcing something that's unconstitutional. And so we're telling our deputies, we're telling our law enforcement, all right, let's pretend that this anti-camping regulation doesn't exist and we're not going to enforce it. So that's okay. What we have with this legislation is now it's flipped. Now we have to do basically what we're calling a code audit, and we have to look through our code and see if there are any offensive provisions and then make changes. So it's proactive on us. It's proactive on the cities and counties to make sure our regulations are objectively reasonable. And so in the legal parlance, what we have before was an as-applied challenge. So as long as we didn't apply the law lawfully, then we were okay. Now we have what's called a facial challenge. So someone can sue the city even if we don't apply the law to them. They just have to find a bad regulation and say, well, that looks like it's not objectively reasonable, so I'm going to sue you. So it flips the script. So what if we just want to do the bare minimum? which is something that some cities are choosing. Martin, Johnson, and the legislation is not ordering us to house the homeless. No one is ordering us to do that. And so we don't have to spend money on the homelessness problem if we don't want to, if we don't choose to. So what's the minimum that we have to do? Well, under the 8th Amendment, we have to stop sanctioning people for those camping violations. So if we have a camping regulation on the books, we have to not enforce it. If we do that, then we're complying with the law.
And that means when you say see sanctions for camping, sleeping on public property when no alternative shelter is available, that means within our city limits, correct?
Right.
So we don't have a shelter within our city limits.
Right, and this is kind of this is not the, I'm the messenger here again. This is not the best way to solve the homelessness problem, is to turn every city loose and say, you're on your own. And we might get some help from the state this year in the legislative session. Again, most of their proposals that I'm seeing right now moving through are for money. So if you wanted to build something, maybe there was some money coming at the end of this year. But it's still not solving the problem from the state level. It's maybe feeding the problem from the state level. Yes, so we look at this, we're kind of insular. We look at the city of Creswell and what are our regulations and how do we house our homeless?
Are we currently finding people for any of this? Like, is that something that Creswell has been doing?
We stopped doing that with the Boise regulation.
Okay.
Yeah. But we still have a lot of gray areas about what to do with people who are camping at Garden Lake Park and what to do with their belongings when they leave trash behind.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of tricky things that come up that maybe you'll talk about.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many gray areas, and you know, my wife is a teacher, so I think where society's problems are being forced upon our teachers and our law enforcement, who aren't trained to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my wife knows how to teach kids how to read, not how to solve their mental health problems. Mm-hmm. And our law enforcement are very good at enforcing our laws, and they're learning how to deal with mental health problems, but that's not their chosen profession.
One of the things we're running into is we had a situation with a person who had their vehicle that they were sleeping in and staying in, and they were maintaining it, but they had another vehicle that they had junk in, and it was not being maintained, and it had flat tires, and it was an eyesore, and the neighborhood didn't like it, and they wanted that removed. And the question was, this is their property, this is their stuff. They're not living in it, what do we do with it? And there's rules about dealing with their stuff.
Yeah.
Or if it's considered of value, you have to store it for them. But what you consider junk, it might be their prized possession, you know, Mad Magazine collection.
And now you're separating someone from all their worldly possessions that they think are important.
Right. Yes. No answer for me. No, and we're asking our law enforcement to deal with that. And so we're telling you go be the judge of what is a possession and what is not a possession, what has value and what doesn't. And we'll keep the stuff that has value for 30 days, and we'll allow you to throw away the other stuff. But what if you get something wrong? What if, oh my gosh, that was
You threw away my marriage certificate or something, you know.
Or even, those newspapers I was saving.
Yeah, exactly. That paper ornament that was.
So the bare minimum that the city of Creswell has to do is stop sanctioning folks for these violations, which we're already doing. And then second, we have to comply with the law. So we need to do a code audit and figure out which regulations are objectively unreasonable to folks who are experiencing homelessness. And so if we do those two things, we stop enforcing the law against the homeless for these anti-camping regulations, and then we actually remove them from our code, then we're satisfying the cases, the current cases, and we're satisfying the statute.
Excuse me, the C sanctions for, so I understood that part of it was not, you cannot punish homeless people, but that sounds like that's different than ceasing a sanction. I mean, because we can establish time, place, and manner, for instance, Garden Lake Park, or even Creswell Holt Park, because I think we have time frameworks for when the park is closed. So the one would be establishing time, place, and manner, and if you're there and the police catch you, a fine, no fines, no punishment, but you can't stay there. The other one would be removing all regulations, and now you can be there.
Right.
So that we're talking two different things?
No, well, yeah. So we're talking about removing all those regulations, because then we don't have to worry about, we don't have to make those policy decisions. We don't have to judge what is objectively reasonable. We don't have to talk to you all about, okay, what parks do we want to regulate, what hours do we want to regulate, and then how do we analyze that in terms of objectively reasonable. And so I'm setting the groundwork here. So this is the bare minimum. This is and I've, there's a city on the South Coast that is choosing the bare minimum. They don't have an anti-camping regulation. They don't have a parking regulation. They only have 2 small parks. One is really not suitable for camping due to the geography of the park, and they don't really care about the other one. And then their homeless population is 5. They know who they are, and so they are choosing the minimum, and that's okay for their community.
And that brings up the question, do you care if people camp in Holt Park?
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely. I mean, we already have people camping in Garden Lake Park. So there may be some decisions that need to be made about where people can be and what time they can be there, and how we're going to expect Public Works and law enforcement to address people who may be in a place where we don't, as a community, want people to be. Right now, the community seems to be uncomfortable but accepting the Garden Lake Park camping. They want the campsites cleaned up as soon as possible. But I don't know that our community would feel that way about Holt Park or 2nd Street Park or the Cobalt Center, or, I mean, we have a lot of public property that this applies to. Our parking lot. So just kind of keep that in mind as we go through. These have been things that have come up, and as staff, we don't have direction. And as law enforcement, we don't have direction. And as Public Works, we don't have direction. So this is something we're looking to you for.
So what about public property not owned by the city, such as the library's parking lot? That's public, not owned by the city.
It wouldn't be ours to make a policy about. That would be the library's policy.
Yeah, so this is every man for themselves, basically, right? So I in my real life, I represent some special districts, including fire districts and things like that, and water districts, and they have public property, some of which they don't want anyone to access, let alone homeless. And so, we're working through those issues for them.
And we have water plants and we have sewer plants that we don't want people to access. And I think that's what Cottage Grove has done, is they've created 3 tiers, and they've identified the property they absolutely don't want people on. They've identified the property that nobody wants to be on, and then they've adopted a type of property that it's okay to camp on.
And to get back to, I mean, to bring some of these points all together, so when you're thinking about these choices, it's okay, Holt is off limits, and so that means our law enforcement is gonna go and say, you can't be here, and the person's gonna say, okay, where can I go then? And that's gonna drive them to, we're not gonna advertise everyone Garden Lake is okay, we're not gonna have camping permitted signs, but that's gonna be the place where our law enforcement and our public works are gonna say, that's where you're gonna, if you don't wanna get cited, that's where you go, or they'll figure it out. And so that, just by the fact of regulating one area, it's like a balloon, you're squeezing the balloon and it's popping out other sides. And so if you have a large enough population of homeless in your community, they will congregate where it's allowed, where they don't get harassed by law enforcement.
Just tell them to go to Cottage Grove.
We can't do that.
We have to look at it within our own boundaries.
Well, how quickly can we move on something like this? I mean, how long would it take if we decided what to do that quickly? How long can you implement it and get it out there?
Well, an ordinance takes 30 days, unless it's an emergency ordinance.
Yeah, so I mean, regulate, this can happen pretty quickly.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
currently, we can ask them to move along as long as they're not getting a fine and we're legal, is that correct?
Right, until July 1st.
And then we
July,
can't,
We cannot.
We have to
Are
amend
you-
our regulations, our ordinances.
are you following the case, the ADA case up in Portland, City of Portland?
There are so many, I'm not.
It's specifically about people with wheelchairs and special needs or disabilities not having access on the sidewalks or having to walk on the street to get around tents and things like that. So
Right.
I guess I don't understand how what the next slide you have up there and how that are going to work together.
Yeah, that ADA case is not a lawsuit brought by a homeless advocacy. It's a lawsuit brought by someone who is the disabled, who can't get around town because of all the homeless camps. And so, I think there's a similar one in LA too.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
And that could be as simple as, that's a type 1 property, it's a sidewalk, we don't allow camping on sidewalks.
So many of the cases in, the Johnson case, the Grants Pass case, and the Boise case, and so much of the discussion is surrounding parks. But that's not the sum total of public property. And so we really have to expand our minds a little bit and think about public property and what spaces are available, including things like undeveloped right-of-way. So you may have a dead-end street on the pavement, but the right-of-way actually goes beyond that. And so that extension of dirt, gravel, blackberries is actually public property. It's right-of-way, but it is public property. And if it's actually a suitable place to set up a tent, maybe that is a suitable place to set up a tent.
And if we designate places where it's suitable to set up a tent, don't we also have to provide sanitation?
Well, I mean, that's the next great question. And so, right now, there is no black letter legal obligation to provide any services. But I think what we're going to see more and more litigation around the edges as the law is changing. There's going to be lawsuits that help define some of this gray area. And one of the big gray areas is, is it objectively reasonable to have a law in the books that says no urinating in public? Well, I'm homeless. I don't have a bathroom. And the city's not providing me a bathroom. So where else am I going to urinate? And that means my urination is because of my homelessness. And so I'm going to sue you for enforcing that. I mean, right now there's no there's no law in the books that says we have to provide facilities, but I'm not sure that's very far away.
Do we have to allow open drug use, like Eugene does?
Well, I would say allow, there's a difference between allow versus not enforce. Yeah, no, you don't.
Okay.
That's, using illegal drugs is an action, and you can enforce that. So if we take the bare minimum, if we wipe everything off the books, all those camping regulations off the books, the parks rules off the books, we're left with not only folks camping in our parks, but potentially camping in our right-of-way, camping on our sidewalks, and maybe in even those planting strips, between the sidewalk and the street, or between the sidewalk and a property. All of those public places become open for camping. And so the hands-off approach is opening up the city to these camping campsites. And again, that can be a perfectly sane response from a policymaker. If your homeless population is small enough, if maybe you have a very active church in town who provides services, or a non-governmental agency that provides services. So there's a lot of factors that can play into this being actually a solution that could work. But for most communities, this is not going to work, because you have your flagship park downtown. You have your flagship park across the street from the elementary school. You have places around town that your community doesn't want to see this. And so, what are objectively reasonable time, place, and manner regulations with regard to persons experiencing homelessness? Well, here are some examples. And this is not the laundry list, of course, but these are things that I believe, actually, we'll go through these. There's debate on some of these even. So the first one, prohibiting the blocking of sidewalks and blocking of right-of-way. You can't set up a tent on our sidewalk such that someone can't walk around it. I think that is reasonable. I think that's objectively reasonable, and I think that would pass the test in any court. I'm willing to say that. Prohibiting safety risks, including regulating flames and open fires. I don't know if you're reading the news in Portland, but they're having a lot of problem with people trying to keep warm in their city-donated tents by having an open flame inside their tent. And if anyone has gone camping in the last 30 years, you know that having a flame inside your tent is a really bad idea. And so people are getting seriously hurt by melting fabric, sticking to their skin, and it's a horrible situation. And so you think that it's objectively reasonable for us to say no open flames in our parks, no open flames in tents. There's actually debate on that, because sometimes it can get really cold. And sometimes you don't have any other choice but to light a fire to stay warm and to stay alive. And so in that case, is it objectively reasonable? Maybe not. So even something as basic as no open flame is debatable, I'm sorry to say. I think an objectively reasonable time, place, and manner regulation is what we've just been talking about. No overnight camping, no sleeping in some of our parks. How many? Depends on your population, probably. So if you have a very small population of homeless in your community, you can have one park. If you have a bigger population of homeless in your community, maybe that's not enough. And so you actually have to have more space. I think, again, Michelle, we just talked about enforcing reasonable parking limits. I think it is reasonable right now. I believe it's reasonable 72 hours. Someone can stay in one spot for 72 hours, and then they have to move onto another block. They have to move at least 200 feet. They have to move 200 yards. Some type of regulation along those lines would be reasonable. and then you have to provide them notice, oh, your time's up, you gotta move.
Do we have regulations for the general population for having a derelict car sitting in the street in front of their house?
Yes.
We have some nuisance regulations in terms of unoperable vehicles in the right-of-way.
How do we reasonably apply those laws to our community members that are housed if people that are unhoused are not to have those laws applied to them?
That was my question.
Oh, sorry.
That was where I was going, but yeah, I'm glad you said it. You said it very well.
That is a problem that we have run into. And it's a tricky one for our police department, for our law enforcement officers, absolutely. We have these limitations on having, and this was a derelict vehicle that was loaded with stuff. And we did something about it, but we were not confident in our actions because we don't have a policy. We don't.
So great segue to my next slide. So this is just an example of a potentially objectively reasonable parking regulation. I'm not 100% on this even, but this is a possibility. So I think the city could enforce camping in the right-of-way. If you're in a vehicle parked in compliance with all regular parking regulations, so you're not too close to the corner, there's no sight distance problems, you're not in someone's driveway, you're not blocking a driveway, you're not blocking a fire hydrant, those types of things, then you can be on our street. The vehicle's not in the midst of being repaired, so there aren't spare parts all over the street. The vehicle's operation and has current tags. I think that's reasonable.
That's reasonable.
But we're waiting for the next the court case to say, no, this person didn't have the money to register their vehicle, and it was, that's all they have, and so
Or the vehicle was stolen.
right. But I think right now, I think we do have some means to adopt something like that.
Yeah. The problem that came up was at Christmas time, and it was dealing with vehicles parked in the downtown area that people didn't want to have parked down there for the Festival of Lights. And so the question was, how do we enforce, what do we do about these issues when we have the 72-hour notice? And, fortunately, we have excellent deputies who have tremendous skills, and they were able to talk to the people and convince them to move out of the area for the celebration. But that's not always going to be the case. We got voluntary compliance from them, but we really could use more direction.
Yeah, they're public safety officers, but they're public health officers too, to some extent. And so that if your population is small enough, you build relationships with the same 6, 10, 15 people, and you work with them and say, hey, I'll give you 72 hours, but then I would really like you to move, and they'll be compliant. And it's not a code enforcement issue, it's just a relationship building. And you have a great law enforcement who have been able to do that over time. But at some point, you get the one or two who say, screw you, officer, I know what the law is. I have the ACLU on my speed dial, and I know what's what, and I'm not going to be compliant, and I dare you to write me a ticket. Or the population it's no longer 15, it's now 25 or 35, and then you just can't build relationships with 35 people.
That's my fear for designating.
So, as I look at your code, in terms of like what I would call a code audit, in terms of the statutory regulations that become effective in July. I see a few problems that we should address. We actually have a Boise camping regulation in our code. So that is kind of a no-brainer. That 9.05460 prohibits camping on all city property, including sidewalks and parks. So that's a Boise blanket camping regulation that we need to get off the books. Right now, it's been okay because we're not enforcing it. So under Boise, we're fine because we're not enforcing it. Under the new statute, this is not objectively reasonable, and so we need to get it off the books. We have parking regulations under Chapter 930, and so some of those include park hours. So currently on the books, our parks are closed overnight, which is likely, I mean, I can't even say this is black letter unreasonable. It's likely unreasonable. And the reason it could potentially be reasonable is if we have other public property where these folks can camp, like unimproved right-of-way. That's not in a bog, that's not covered by blackberry bushes, actually right-of-way that is available.
There was some discussion by an LOC attorney, and they used the terms that we had to provide places that were warm and safe and dry. And they really got on the safe part.
That was probably a CIS attorney.
Probably a CIS
Maybe.
attorney.
Aaron.
What is CIS?
That's your insurance carrier.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. Well, yes, so that there is an argument in city attorney circles about if we are opening up property to camping, it's got to be, we have to do our best to make sure it is safe and habitable. So it's got to be not on a hillside, it's got to not be in a bog, but it's also, every once in a while, you have to go through and say, hey, is everyone okay? Or if someone complains, hey, I was just raped at your site, are you going to do anything about it? Well, no, we're not going to do anything about it, you're on your own. So those are the types of things that you have to consider, and things that maybe Cottage Grove is dealing with right now in their camping parks, because they're getting complaints about so-and-so is nasty to me, so-and-so is unruly, so-and-so is hitting me, so-and-so is assaulting me. It ratchets up, and then at some point, are you providing a safe place for these people to be? If you are directing them, you are saying this is where you get a camp in our city, and it's not safe, that could be a problem. I'm not sure about the worm. I mean, do we have to hand out tents? And I'm not sure the law is there yet, but maybe it will be soon.
Isn't prohibiting open flame fires keeping it safe?
Unless it's 10 below.
That's, we have, this is where, when it gets to be 10 below, we recommend that they come in and get a bus pass and go down to Cottage Grove, where they have the program at the church, the safe
I don't know if that's
beds.
even been operating.
Yeah, it has.
I know they've been
Community sharing
in
is,
bad shape for volunteers.
well, community sharing has been paying for
People?
for the insurance on it. But warm beds, or what do they call it?
Warming center?
Warm beds at night or something like that. But that's not within our city boundaries. So are we violating the law by sending them to a nonprofit that's open for that purpose
Well,
outside of our city limits?
as your attorney, I would say you're not sending them there. You're providing optional resources.
That's exactly right.
Right. You're providing them a means to access the resource
Okay.
by telling them where it is, and it just happens to be outside city limits.
Because we don't have any place that opens when it gets cold.
But so long as we have a place where they can go, then that's their choice. To go there when it's 10 below, or to voluntarily go to Cottage Grove.
But we don't have a place where they can go.
Right, but that's what we have to figure out. I mean, and it's an outdoor place.
And we do have bus tickets, but we've heard some pushback on that practice, but we do
Yeah,
provide free transportation to the shelter.
So that is the policy and practice that garnered a little bit of snide remarks from the court in the Grants Pass case. It's like, oh, Grants Pass is so nice because you give bus tokens to get out of town. Well, that's not objectively reasonable to your population of homeless
It
folks.
is if they accept the offer. It is if they go, oh yeah, that's a great idea, thank you, I'll take that.
Yeah, but then when they hire a plaintiff's attorney, the story changes, and it was offered to me, and I was told I would be cited if I didn't take it.
And we have had people who lived in a storage unit during the day, but when it was locked up at night, were out on the streets at night. And so they did not have a warm, safe place to go.
I remember that.
Yeah, and they were from Cottage Grove, and they
Yeah.
wandered and got in lots of trouble.
They've gotten lots of trouble.
So these other two
Just
code
stirred it up.
These other two code provisions are not necessarily problems, but these are the things I look for in your code. And so the third one there is you have a curfew. I've been in some debates with some other city attorneys about whether curfews are actually bad or not. I think there's been no litigation that I can tell nationwide on curfews in terms of homelessness, but I think it's a potential problem when you have a minor who is living on the streets and you enforce a curfew against them. The only reason you're enforcing the curfew is because they have nowhere else to go. The opposite argument, the other side of that argument is, well, they're a minor and they have no right to be on the streets. And we have a juvenile dependency system that finds them a place to go. And so we're not actually putting them in jail, we're putting them in a juvenile dependency placement. I'm not sure how that's going to work out.
Which is outside of our city limits.
Right. And then the fourth one is just, I wanted to bring it up because you have, so this is your no obstructing a building entrance. So if someone is setting up a tent in front of a business on Main Street or on Oregon Avenue and blocking the building entrance, we have a code provision that says we can move them along. I think that's objectively reasonable. But again, that's just one of the things that we look at when we're looking at all of the regulations that have to do with someone experiencing homelessness. So my last slide is what you all have to do now. And I think we need to probably delete the Boise camping regulation that is in your code. That's probably just the safest and easiest thing to do. And then we need to think about your park regulations in comparison to your known population of homeless and in comparison to other areas such as right-of-way, such as parking lots where they could go if we keep those park regulations in effect. So again, it's the balloon, and you're squeezing the balloon, and where are they going to go? Is it objectively reasonable based upon the population of homeless and based upon the population of places where they can go?
I have a question just because my staff member cleans the parks. Is there a way to put safety precautions for Public Works, for the maintenance guy at the airport that has to clean up those areas, whatever we decide where to put them? Is there a way to build in safety for those guys? Because I mean, I already know that they pick up needles and pick up.
Well, so those are internal personnel policies. Those are OSHA regulations. So I mean, we can't tell our employees to go in gloveless and maskless and clean up, those types of conditions.
But none of that, the safety of staff isn't part of looking at what's best.
No. It's part of us being a good employer.
Right.
And so we have to have policies in place that don't put our employees in those situations where they're put at risk.
Right, and we should be doing that as a practice anyway. That's an OSHA violation if we don't.
So the optional bullet there are things that I have seen.
Bridges, who owns the land under bridges? Is that part of the right-of-way?
It totally depends. So if you are, if you're driving into Eugene off of, you come off of I-5 and then onto 126 and you come onto Coburg and you go underneath the off-ramp and there are a bunch of boulders now under that off-ramp. That's ODOT property. That's a ODOT state highway, and those are ODOT boulders. Those aren't City of Eugene boulders. And the reason why that would be objectively reasonable for the state to do that is because the only way to access that property is to walk across traffic. And I think it's reasonable, and I think the city of Portland has done this as well. They are closing down camps if the only way to access them is across an on-ramp or an off-ramp. And so that's objectively reasonable. So, these are all the variables. It gets down to the individual site sometimes.
We have bridges over water that people camp under.
Is it navigable water? It could be state lands.
Then it would be state lands. It's not navigable.
Then it's probably, it's.
Our right-of-way.
Or just property.
ODOT right-of-way.
Well, yeah, we'd have to look at pull up the GIS map and see who owns it.
What if they camp on the pond? What if they get a raft?
Houseboat, yeah. Yeah,
That's our property.
It's in our park, the pond is in our park, so we can make park regulations. And so, the options that you have as policymakers is to choose, which parks are open and which parks are closed based upon your
So since we kind of got a small collection right now, it would be ideal to move swiftly and quickly and just start implementing some ordinance changes immediately and nip it in the bud as fast as we can to at least have something on the books and start deterring them away as soon as possible, because the longer we let this go, we will never get control of it and we'll be stuck.
What is our population of homeless at this present time? 4?
I'm pretty new to the area, but my understanding talking to the deputies is we have around 10.
Oh, that grew quick.
Just 3 are pretty high profile out in the open, and then there's a collection of 6 or 7 that are either in cars or finding spots for the night.
And then there's a couple that just sort of sometimes are and sometimes aren't.
Yeah. I'm still
Depending
kinda
on their
learning,
relationships.
But that's my understanding.
Yeah, and that, again, that's the definition of homeless. Some of these folks are probably couch surfing, right? 2 days a week, their sister is kind enough to house them. The other 5 days a week, they're not. And so.
They use drugs, they get kicked
Right.
out for a while, and then
Right.
they get shingles, and they have to have a place to stay, and their family somebody takes pity on them, lets them live in their garage, and then they light a fire in the garage, and then they're out of the garage. And, yeah, they're not easily housed.
So how do we move as a council and make some changes immediately?
Well, we have until July to get this.
Yeah, but if we wait till then we're waiting till the deadline and then we're not,
You're gonna have to figure out where it's okay for them to be. You're not gonna be able to run out of
What if, I personally don't think there's any place that's okay.
I don't either.
I agree with you, Counselor Smith. We have this great asset in the airport we just heard about.
Yeah.
We have these wonderful pilots coming in from all over the world, with Kyle's connections. And they're gonna drive by Garden Lake Park.
Yeah.
Cliff just cleaned it up. We're gonna let them go in again? It's frustrating to me. I understand why we don't want them in Holt. We have a lot of community events there. It's very high profile.
Children.
And Second Street, lots of children, Second and F. But
And
We
you-
have to
and
do
the Cobalt
something or
Building's
we're gonna get
children.
our pantsuit off.
You have to allow them to be somewhere.
So here's the thought, knowing we have a time frame, but we also have a public safety committee. So I would recommend that we consider the public safety committee work with staff to come up with some recommendations for the whole council to hear.
Well, because to that point of
I don't
Cottage
think
Grove.
that's fair to the Public Safety Committee.
Well, they would work with the staff. I mean, we're looking at 4 or 5 things here that we've got to move on. So do we beat it all around tonight, or what do we do? Do we take it to the whole
You got
council
another
for
committee
again?
Beat it
for
all
this?
around in work session. Here's, if I may, if you give the charge to our committee, Nick and I already are like, no. Poor Norma Jean here, who's works her hiney off in the Parks Board, she's the other member of council. The 3 of us to come up with an idea, we're gonna have to come back to a work session and sell it to the other 4 of
And the
you.
community.
And we're just gonna be in another work session talking about it. That's my humble opinion, that we will come to a consensus in the Public Works and, Sergeant giving us his input and Manager Amber, but we still, as a whole council, need to get input from the community.
Well,
and
yes,
make a
I totally
decision.
agree. And I'm not going to push this particular idea, but that is the purpose of our council standing committee, so that when something comes up that needs work on it, the whole council doesn't tackle it, but that particular committee takes it on, working with staff, brings back recommendations to the whole council, and then the whole council moves it on. So that is the purpose of our standing committees. Michelle?
This
This
isn't a
is-
public safety issue, though.
This is
our
such a
ordinances.
volatile issue.
Yeah, and it covers so many different areas. It's not just about safety.
You could say, give it to the Parks and Tree Board, because it
Exactly.
covers our
Because it's
parks.
Yeah.
Or get to the transportation and public
Right.
works.
Because it's
Right.
sidewalks.
Right.
Which committee would like it?
None of us want it.
I think we're gonna
So
have to do
tough.
this as
Yeah.
a
We're gonna have to
council.
tag team this
This
thing.
is-
I think that we
work.
have to do it as a council. That's
Okay.
just my opinion, Mary.
I agree.
It's your decision. You give out the charges.
No, I give out the charges, but it's the council that says what's the direction we should go as a council. I give the charges. Cliff?
Yeah. So I'm on the street, my guys are on the street, we see those folks daily. I understand there's some things that we need to do to become legal, get some camping regulations straightened out, get some of the ordinances and rules where they need to be for us. My suggestion is that we don't tackle it with a deadline. This is gonna be an evolving situation that as more and more rules come down, that our rules are gonna have to change to meet those. As it is right now, the homeless population is dispersed all over town. And we're able to sort of deal with them where they're at, because there's one camping area, and they sort of keep their area clean if you leave them alone. If you congregate them and create a space for them, and there's 10 people camping there, it will be an absolute disaster to deal with. So the dispersed camping that they're doing right now is actually a benefit to us because they kind of self-regulate. That's my 2 cents.
What the state
Alonzo?
says we have to have.
What would you say is the count, from your point of view, Cliff, of our homeless population?
I think the sheriff's pretty close, 6 or 8 that I'm aware of, and there's a couple that kind of bounce back and forth that may be homeless and then they're not.
So we're pretty fortunate that we don't have a huge population. So we got that going for us.
Services, so they don't
Currently.
come here.
That's right.
And
Currently.
we've been good about moving them along for 4 years now, right?
We don't move the people along who
No.
are
Oh,
not creating problems.
that seems fair.
Well, and we have no services that we provide. And this is not requiring us to provide services.
The thing is, some people who are homeless consider Creswell their home.
Sure.
Yeah.
They grew up
That's-
here.
that's what I was gonna
They
say.
lived here. This is home for them. So to move them along is to remove them from their community.
We do get some time to time few that will come in and they'll, from Eugene or wherever.
Right.
And they'll be
And
around
they
for a while
do
and
move
then,
on.
and then they move on. But there are several that are, I mean, they're actually, could be considered Creswellians. They are.
Yeah. Well, they get food from the pantry and they live here and they have people who look out after them and.
Well, to his point, to his point, if we did put up a 72-hour rule and said, okay, it's at least gotta be 300 yards, if you can keep clean and keep doing that, there's the option for Creswellian to stay home, still hopefully get help and maybe, where it's not one person that's looking at him every day or one area of the neighborhood, he's moving around and still gives him an option.
You might want to think, though, about the issue about where you want, if there are places you don't want them. And I think there are some community, places that the community expects to see the homeless and places where the community expects to be free from homelessness. And that's something that the city council needs to weigh in on.
I look at it differently. I don't expect to see him anywhere.
I feel like the state's, personally, I feel like we just keep enabling the problem. And I realize that doesn't take us out of the need to deal with this. I'm just saying that I think that's probably what you're thinking a lot of too.
I know we're not gonna fix it tonight, but I am encouraged to try and move forward quickly, not with a deadline, but again, to get it started. And like you was mentioning, it is gonna be ever evolving. More court cases are gonna come down, but we'll just address that when it comes up. But if we lay down a good base and try and defer them away immediately or the sooner the better, and then all of a sudden there's 12 and the word spreads, then we can't stop it.
I think you're going to find that the community is going to want to talk about this. It's not going to be something you can do quickly.
Yeah.
Well, I did have someone in my church yesterday that asked me what my opinion was. They knew it was on the agenda, asked me what my opinion was, and I said, remembering Mayor Stram in my ear, this is my personal opinion and not the opinion of the council.
Yeah, right.
That I was pleased with our current ordinance. That was, I stated that as my personal opinion. But I don't think our current ordinance is gonna protect the city from getting sued for what is gonna happen in July. And maybe Ross can tell me if, that's a reasonable fear of mine or.
I have not heard of lawyers lining up, but it's not, so there's an attorney fee provision in the statute. So if someone gives the city 90 days notice and there's no change in the law and they do sue the city and they win, then they can get attorney's fees, and that's a bright light to some attorneys. And so they may pick on the low-hanging fruit. It's not hard to find the Boise camping regulation in your code. It kind of stands out like a sore thumb. And so, Cliff, the sites, are those currently in parks, or are they?
Oh, the majority of them are in right-of-ways on streets.
So given your population, which I would, I know it's all relative, but 10 is not a lot, even for a community this size. So a reasonable policy-making option I would submit would be to remove the Boise regulation, and we could try to keep the park regulations in place, which would mean if we identify some undeveloped right-of-ways that would be open, we don't have to advertise it, but it would just be a place where someone can set up a tent and not get a ticket. If we can identify a handful of those places in town, and if we have a 72-hour parking regulation, I think those 3 steps could be something that you could do fairly quick, and then you could engage the community with a larger discussion. Okay, how do we deal with our parks?
By identifying places, do we have to make that part of our code, or can that just be something that we know is there, that we know if we're having to ask somebody?
Again, yes, yeah, again, it's not gonna be, these are the places where it's allowed. We're not
Right,
gonna
because
put up
I don't want to
signage.
advertise.
Right, well, but it's gonna be word of mouth, and it'll
Well, I
get out pretty quick.
understand that. That's
It's a-
why I'm saying I don't want I'm asking, do we have to do this with a designated list?
Well, we have to be able to, if, in order to defend the city to a lawsuit, I have to know that our regulations are objectively reasonable. And part of that analysis is looking at our population of homeless and then looking at our population of places where they can sleep. And if you don't tell me what those places are, then I can't defend you. And so we have to do that analysis in order to say it's objectively reasonable. And so if there are 3 or 4 undeveloped rights-of-way in the city where they will not get a ticket, then that's probably good enough for your current population.
I only know of one undeveloped right-of-way, and that's by Super 8. Cliff, do you know of any undeveloped right-of-way that?
Del Cooney over by the golf course, and when you.
That's not in the city.
That's private, that's not, it has a concrete barrier and that,
Yeah,
on
that's
that
all.
roadway, that's private? Dang.
Well,
I mean, bicycle
yeah,
way.
there's potentially.
Station area, it's got a porta potty.
So undeveloped right-of-way includes unpaved, and so every right-of-way in town has a certain section that's paved and a certain section that's not paved. And so depending on where the paving fits within, sometimes you have 100-foot right-of-way and you only have 40 foot of paving.
Yeah, I don't know that we have a lot of that. We do have a piece of property the city owns that's in a residential area. That's just down the street.
Oh, the one with the garage on it?
No, we have one that has a garage on it, but we do have a piece of property that the city still owns that is nearby.
Where's that?
It's on First Street. It's the vacant lot. If you're leaving here and going first up north, it's on the left-hand side. It's a
There's
vacant
little
lot.
greenhouse, a little white house that was just recently for sale. It has the garage sticks out, it looks like it's an L-shaped house. The city has a lot right there.
Kind of just as you're going up the hill.
No, not as you're
No,
going
not
up the
that
hill.
one.
It's
No,
before
it's
you get
before
to
the hill.
It's mid-block.
If it's in a residential neighborhood, it's probably not a good candidate.
Oh, I
So it kind of homeowner
I'll just put that out.
It's probably
Ask the neighbors.
Most
if
of our
they-
city is residential.
If the neighbor's okay, it won't let them do
That's
it.
the thing, we're pretty much
No.
built out to our urban growth
Yeah.
boundary. We don't have a lot of space, and we don't have a lot of space people don't care about.
What about the park on the other side of the river that's closed during the winter?
That's not in our city, that's
Yeah.
county-owned, it's Cinderella
I
Park.
think there are some people,
Well, there's people out there living anyway.
I think there's people camping in there.
Sure, that's the county.
Well, we couldn't ask people to move along to that park? I mean,
That's outside our city limits.
Yeah,
They
when
find
the
it on their
sergeant
own.
removes them, he has to be able to tell them, our city doesn't allow you to camp in Holt Park, you can go here. That's the July, that's why we have to change.
we can't tell them they can go to the park that the county owns?
No,
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 It has to be within our city
Or we
limits.
could get sued by one of these attorneys
we have to
that
have
is
a place.
looking for a city that doesn't have.
Yeah, when you first started, you said there's a city that has adopted to do nothing.
Right. And the do nothing is to wipe everything off the books and
Right.
and not care where these people sleep.
Okay.
Right. So Holt Park would be open.
Oh, I see.
So would you review, again, you just did a minute ago, your recommendations? I mean, the first one was delete
The boys.
CMC, the Boise, the prohibition of camping, but you had 3 or 4 things. One of them was identify some undeveloped right-of-ways. That was a possibility.
Right.
You had 3 or 4 things you recommended to us.
Well, yeah, so number 1 was delete the Boise regulation, which is number 1 there. Number 2 was keep the parking regulation, the park regulations in place. If we can identify other public property where they could set up a tent. And then third was to adopt a 72-hour parking right-of-way, car camping regulation, let's call it that, car camping.
So if we don't have any public property, how would that hold up in a lawsuit if we said, hey, we don't have any to offer? How does that work?
Well, we do, we have
We
parks.
do, we have parks,
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
sorry.
We have
I'm sorry.
parks, we have City Hall, we have property at the wastewater treatment plant, we have property at the water treatment plant. We have property around our reservoirs, we have property in parking lots, we have all of the right-of-way. We have lots of property.
So the question is, do we want to continue to go over this tonight, knowing we still have other things on our agenda? Or do we want to resume this at the March council meeting? Work session.
Oh, I think resume, we'll be here all night.
Yeah.
This conversation's
And
gonna
we might
take
have
a
more
long time.
information by March as well.
Couldn't we ask staff to identify any public right-of-way area that you might suggest as, where our deputies would send people? Preferably somewhere that only has room for 2 tents and is not in blackberries.
That's the problem, is the tent camping. We have people who live in motorhomes, and that doesn't seem to be the problem.
Except for the noise ordinance.
And the tent camping, again, if we send them somewhere, what about bathrooms? What about some of the other issues that human beings need to survive?
We don't have to provide bathrooms, do we?
We don't have to, but
Not
if
if
you
you
don't, they're gonna use
defecate.
the road.
And that's why we have a bathroom over here in this parking lot, is because they were,
Whose staff cleans it up?
that's right. And now we have an OSHA problem. So we don't want people cleaning up after people.
Can we just designate that? Can we
Cliff
just
in the
say
back.
that across the street here?
If we designate Holt as a no camping area, we can leave Garden Lake Park as an unregulated area. And that still is holding the intent of the law.
And it has restrooms.
It has restrooms, it has amenities, it has a lot of area, it doesn't have a lot of residential right on top of it, and they camp there periodically anyhow. We don't advertise it as camping, but we allow it and keep it clean. That's probably the best out-of-the-way area that we have to offer.
That and under bridges.
We have to take down our no camping signs.
We don't have them there anymore.
Oh, you did?
And there's no gate there either.
Is there a cost on to yearly to keep that clean, or we
Is
have
there
to start
what?
that? Would there be a cost, can we get it like a report or analysis on what that would cost to, if we went with that plan or went with that idea to clean up?
Right now, they do clean it up they clean it up. Generally, what happens is somebody's living there and then they leave. And then somebody notices it because there's a void there and there's a campfire and all of that. And then they go in and clean it up. So yeah, we can, and the problem though that we've run into is some of the homeless are vandalizing the well sheds. And I think there was in the past a gentleman who stored his stuff in the well sheds, who was homeless and lived under a bridge. So it's hard for me to give you a number.
Cliff?
So we do rounds every single morning. We walk every park we have and pick up all the trash. So that's a cost that we already incur every day. If there's extra trash that needs picked up and taken to the dump, that's a dump fee. If there's vandalism, that's another thing, but that's kind of a side note for folks living there. I would say it's probably around a couple grand a year for removal of litter.
I remember they used to live underneath the freeway when I was a kid, where that Kubota track was, that house, that was one I grew up in, and we'd come underneath the freeway and they'd live underneath the freeway. What happened? It's still open.
We have people who live under the Melton Bridge,
Yeah.
Melton Street Bridge.
There was a high schooler that was living under that bridge and on their
We
own.
cross underneath the freeway all the time that way, and be plenty of people living there.
I think if what you're suggesting, Cliff, is just to keep doing what we're doing right now.
Well, I'm hearing that there's areas that we don't want them to be, and I was just trying to clarify that we can designate those areas as camping, We have areas that we're not gonna kick them out, but we're not gonna send them there.
Sure.
Just if they find those areas, that they can spend the night there.
But we do have to send them there.
In
Wait,
July, we have to
Can we put a
start-
time limit on that?
in
Designated
July.
spot or
July 1st.
non-regulated spot that's kind of regulated but not really?
Yeah, I think as soon as you start into fine tuning those regulations, you probably draw attention to
I mean,
it.
legally, did they put anything of, how you have to have another place for them to go? Do we have to, is there a time limit if we offer them a place to go?
No, but if we opened up Garden Lake but had a 48-hour,
Yeah.
you can camp there for 48 hours and then you have to move.
Yeah.
Well, we'd have to move where?
Have to
It would
provide
have to be
another
somewhere
place.
else within the city. I'm the messenger here. So, to put Cliff's proposal into action would actually be fairly simple in my mind, as in terms of code drafting. And that it would meet the deadline of July, and then it would allow the council time to see how it shakes out and to keep an eye on the process. And so I would see, number one, removing that Boise camping regulation. Number two, enacting or making sure we have a 72-hour car camping regulation on the books. And number three, just tweaking, we have current park regulations that say no overnight stays in all of our parks. We would just silently amend that provision to exclude Garden Lake from that regulation. So that
So then we wouldn't be exclusively saying, everybody can come camp here.
it would just
It would just be an exclusion in our code. That's where I was getting at, yeah.
It will become well-known, though,
It will become
because our
well-known.
police
Yeah, yeah.
will send
But we have
people
no way
there.
of getting
Right.
around that, but
But
at
it-
least we don't have to call it out.
No, you don't have to call it out, but it will be the place people know to
Oh, I know.
come,
I mean-
because that's where they learn these things very quickly.
Oh, I know they do. I realize what's gonna happen.
But it gives, but I guess just from my experience, dealing with other cities, I guess maybe in particular Cottage Grove, so they took some very serious steps and proactive steps to help solve the problem. And so they're opening up 2 of their parks and providing services. And it's not going great.
I believe.
And so what I won't call it the Cliff proposal. What we have in front of us as a possible option here is essentially status quo to see how things shake out without making big policy choices in terms of picking parks. We are saying Garden Lake, but it's also our least developed, it's our most removed, it's our biggest, it's got some services, and so it makes some sense. If we're gonna have 3 or 4 people camping, that's probably where we want them to be.
There is some tolerance for the camping at Garden Lake Park.
I just don't want it to become a huge eyesore for all these visitors to the airport that are taking the courtesy
Well,
car.
there's a lot of birders who go to Garden Lake Park, and there are people who disc golf at Garden Lake
Yeah,
Park.
I have
and
concern
there's-
about the drugs being brought in too.
Garden Lake Park is not just a passive park. There will be people who will be unhappy with this.
Well, there's a whole residential neighborhood that backs up to that pond, and
The
that
whole
pond's
east side
cleared
might
away.
be.
So there's a lot of visibility there.
But so far, the people on the east side that have noticed, the people there have been kind of understanding about the fact that we have to tolerate some level of homelessness in our city.
Well, legally, we're being forced to by January 1st,
July.
or July, yeah.
Yep. So, trying to move this along, how would you feel, council, about asking Ross to draft up the Cliff proposal?
Don't do that. We're not gonna put that on him.
You can delete Cliff, but you've pretty well summarized
The 3
The
bullet
one-
points.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and drafted up into proposal
Yeah.
that we can look at again, which we're gonna have to do.
Yeah.
And you're suggesting that we could enact it sooner rather than later, prior to the July 1st one so that we have some time to watch it too and see if we need to do more fine tuning of it before July, whatever?
I don't know if there's any benefit to doing it
Okay.
earlier. You know, I understand your points. I'm not sure how hawkish the homeless community is on watching our code drafting. They're living on the streets and they interact with our law enforcement and they interact with our
That'd be
public
a question
works.
for him, right? I mean,
Yeah.
how well that, if we change it, how well would it work for you? I mean, you think it would,
It's not gonna change, the policy change isn't gonna change the way that we necessarily do business.
Sure.
We're still gonna just, follow whatever's put in place, and as long as we have a place where we can say this is where you go, I mean, that's easy for us to roll out anytime. It's as simple as me telling my deputies, you tell homeless people this is where they go when we need to enforce whatever code is in place.
so it still could get started sooner than later, though, I mean.
Yeah. People who are parking on the street can and will continue to do that. They just have to move their vehicles every
3 days.
X amount of period of time.
Yes.
It's people who are in, if we say, Holt Park and Cobalt and South Second Street, then if you find people who are there after hours, you say you cannot be here. Well,
Those are
where
the
do I
people
go? You can go to Garden Lake Park.
Yes. Yes.
Cliff had his hand up and Michelle.
I just have a clarifying question. The 72-hour parking, if we designate parking at the parks, can we make them move every 72 hours in the park? Because I know they'll roll their RVs over there and be there for 6 months.
Yeah, so that's a great question, Cliff. That would be part of our park, so that's not right of way, so it would be a separate regulation. So I think car camping would be something we would have to consider separately. So, I mean, that could be part of, maybe that could be phase 2, is to see how things shake out with your car camping. If we're making folks move on the right of way every 72 hours, is that just pushing everyone to now Garden Lake parking lot?
Yeah.
And is that something we don't want?
Michelle?
I'd like to know about the generator issue for parked vehicles. What are we gonna do about that when it has a health problem associated with it and they're parking in a residential area and violating our noise ordinance? That was a problem for the deputies, and, I mean, it's a very real problem.
Yeah.
So I don't, there is no law that says we can't have a noise regulation. Noise regulation is generally considered objectively reasonable. So if someone is parking on the street, they're allowed to sleep, which means, no disco music, no lights, and no generator. But I also, I can see the complaint right in my mind,
You can't breathe.
Right, I need the generator or I can't breathe. And so the
Uh-huh.
city is turning off my ability to live. So, the way to deal with that is
To move them along.
is to designate your parking regulations in terms of residential versus non-residential. And so you can set up certain streets, certain thoroughfares where car camping would be allowed, and certain streets and thoroughfares would not be allowed. And so, again, this is the math and the calculus you go through. And so you look at your number one, we look at our population, and then number two, we look at the population of places. And so if we have 5 car campers in the city, and we have 2 miles of streets that we are okay with these people car camping on, then I think that's probably okay. So if we rule out certain residential neighborhoods in terms of the 72-hour rule, then I think we're probably okay. But then we need to enforce it, and so we have to think about, okay, what if someone parks in front of their house and they store their car on the street for more than 72 hours?
Or their motorhome.
Right.
While they get ready for camping.
Alonzo?
So is the 72-hour car camping even being enforced right now? Because I mean, there's one guy parked right there in that, right across the street, and then we've got 3 that are right around this block.
They move
I
around.
don't see them moving.
Oh,
I'm out there like
yes, that's it.
every day, right?
Well,
Because I get the
since-
bus, and they don't
since-
move. There's no
since-
72-hour movement.
The sheriff has had them move every 72 hours until there was confusion about this whole situation. And now we're not enforcing that. But in the past, they've moved. I mean, Sammy moves every 72 hours. He moves from one side to the other, of this block. So the one that doesn't move is the one that's across the street from, the people who complain all the time, by the VFW hall. That one has been the problem, and was the problem with the junk, and has been something that the deputies have been working on. They have a lot of issues. But if it's a 72-hour, if we're confident that we can move them every 72 hours, because that's what city council has said, and that's what they want, then that's what the deputies will do. But the problem is, we haven't had this discussion. So, I have a deputy on the one hand who's saying, here's a noise problem, and a person on the other hand saying, I'm gonna die if you make me shut off my generator. And then we have somebody who came in and burned up his generator and deprived him of his ability to maintain that. So, we have a lot of factors happening, and so clarification for staff is really beneficial.
I was just gonna say that I do believe that we should have some clarification, and I do believe that we should move, that we should have this conversation. I'm looking at our agenda in that we have 4 more agenda items tonight to discuss, and it is 9:30, and so I don't want to shortchange this conversation.
I have to be up at 5 a.m., I totally agree.
And so I am
Yeah.
supportive of moving forward to the March work session.
Okay, would we like to have Ross draft something up based on what we've talked about tonight that we can use for basis for the next discussion?
I'd feel better, personally. I'd
Yeah.
feel better if we did that.
Okay, March City Council meeting, Tammy's gonna be absent and so am I.
At the work session.
At the work
yeah,
session.
I'm gonna be in Pennsylvania.
So we can bring it back to then, or we can bring it back to April, which is a thinner agenda, and resume this in April.
April's fine with me.
April's fine.
April's fine.
Okay? April work session.
There are no good answers. I apologize.
Well, thank you for your work. Well, I have one more question. One of the brilliant things Springfield did to get around some of this was to make regulation that made it so that people couldn't, hand out money at intersections and things like that. Those are some things that could be considered as well along with this, right?
If we want to get into farther afield, I think right now we're just homing on.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking ahead, obviously we're gonna be in a situation where our hands are kind of tied, right? And so those are some of the ways that we can deter, say, having people go, oh, this is a destination homeless now, right? There are deterrents we can put in place.
To some extent.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I think we can take at least a couple-minute break, but I'm wondering, Michelle, can we have Ross go next?
Yeah.
So we'll just switch A and B here, so Ross can finish up, and then we will come back to Michelle. How's that? Ross, sound good to you? So we're gonna take a quick break, and then we'll come back to the last section.
These are some extra handout copies. Or we can even make them park by Cobalt.
Yeah, she dropped
Yeah,
the ball.
he's,
She said she was still
industrial
interested.
area over there.
I told her to kind of come down and do, I told her that time, she told me, I told her to just come down and get an application.
But it doesn't matter.
You can pick it up anytime the council, the city offices are open.
I know.
The deputy was enforcing it,
I
but
told her
only
that
somebody was.
she does real estate, she stays pretty busy.
But the road, the District Road, back by
You know,
the
generally, the meetings
Is that
last
their
about
property
an
now?
hour.
That used to be
That last
a
one was 2 hours, but that is really rare that we
Was it
go that long.
halfway
We kind
down
of
the
just
bridge?
oh, by the an hour sometimes.
No,
That's
not
private.
So Doug, when these work sessions go like this, I mean, I'm part of the crew, so pushing it so late, but.
Because the road's still there, that's where the one guy caught the tree.
Oh, I thought about that.
It does. You burned it, but.
A map that shows the public.
That would be easier for us to deal with.
We don't Pittsburgh for it.
I think in the other room.
Yeah.
Awesome story.
Pennsylvania, I got roots there, so. Big.
Going to Strand.
Okay.
An aunt, I have not seen him 43 years.
Don't remember exactly what you're
Yeah,
Found each other on Facebook.
You'll be here.
She escaped from abusive marriage
Oh, wow.
until when I was a little kid. She went to New York. She was she worked for New York State prisons as a prison guard. She just retired to Pennsylvania. When she retired, her friends helped her get on Facebook and she found me. It's
That's kind of
amazing.
neat, so some states must be right.
You did it right. It's so amazing. And she's like, you cannot tell anyone else in the family. I told my big brother, he's the only one who knows.
Wow. Well,
So
good for you,
exciting.
that's kind of neat to do that. We got, my grandfather grew up there, and we got family back there. When he passed, we went back there and been buried over his brother and his sister.
Oh, Dow, right?
I have one cousin over there, got a picture of you when I was a baby. It's kind of creepy. But I don't know. It was just weird, but, yeah, we're gonna definitely wanna go back, because I love it.
I'm excited. We're gonna do 2 days. She's gonna take me around to see things.
Pittsburgh was
And,
amazing.
really?
Because there's a spot, there's a tree, still has bolts, there's lead.
Don't want to make bad cases.
It was within a 10-foot circle around the tree.
Wow.
And that was pretty, I mean, good.
She's a Vietnam vet, so
Always every comment.
she was stationed in San Diego. Big deal. First ever woman tugboat driver. Captain. And her nickname's Tug.
I don't want to see.
She's really big in the American Legion.
Smith versus.
Really big.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're having dinner with the commander one night, you know, and she goes, oh, I haven't been around you since you were a little brat. You better have good manners and not embarrass me and call everybody yes, sir. And I'm like, I got you. I've been practicing.
I got your back. That's awesome.
She is one tough cookie, yeah. Friday, I was gonna take, yeah, I got that. Yeah. Vietnam. Yeah, that's where she met my uncle was, he was a Marine, she was Navy. Met, so she's not my blood aunt, but she was my favorite. When I was a kid, she was my favorite.
I was a couple of those.
Not yet.
I couldn't use one.
You go for the planning commission, we have.
Yeah, he was very procedure-oriented.
We got states.
And she said she don't give her a kid is she's a whole very much so. Yeah. No, me either. No. No, yeah. This is hard for me.
Enjoy it, I'll be fine.
Yeah.
And we're gonna do more than an acre. If we less than an acre of dirt.
Going, yeah. excused absence no matter what.
This is why most people do it. Having words inside go. It's just the games.
Okay, let's all gather around.
What we've already got on books,
Right?
more than enough.
Anyway. You can tell I'm getting tired. I'm getting old.
Yeah.
By the time I wrap up, it might be.
No, it's part of the problem with that, other passion.
Okay, we're gonna swap A and B so that Ross can present and go home.
Sorry.
That's all right.
But if we have questions, call
Cost us money,
later.
Ross.
What was it you said about short meetings? You always keep them short.
He already apologized.
Sitting over here.
I think this will be quick.
Prove it.
Yeah, that's right. Says the attorney.
Right.
So this agenda item is to update your public contracting rules. So the city of Creswell has public contracting rules in place right now. And the proposal here is to simply update them according to new law. And so my partner Carrie does this work and worked with Michelle on this proposal. And it does three things. The memo mentions two. I'll mention one additional. So right now for public improvements, which is construction, building things, if you have a small public improvement of less than $5,000, then you can do what's called a direct appointment. Under state law, that was changed to $10,000. And so what we are proposing is increasing your threshold from $5,000 to $10,000. So Cliff can spend $10,000 on construction, which I don't know, is like 2 feet of a sidewalk maybe. He could do that through a direct appointment. And so that's just mimicking state law. So it's bringing your rules into conformance with state law. Carrie and I tweaked the surplus personal property regulations a little bit. And so if the city has a public works truck that is past its prime and they want to sell it, we just clarified the rules a little bit to make it a little bit easier. There was no real change there. It's just, I think it makes a little bit more sense with the current wording. And then even more esoteric is the third change. So right now, you are allowed to issue a public improvement solicitation through generally it's an invitation to bid, and we call it an ITB, which is issuing a solicitation and inviting folks to bid on it, and we take the lowest responsive bidder. There are mechanisms that allow you to go outside of that usual process, maybe through an RFP where you can judge the contractors based upon certain things. Right now, if you go through it's called an exception to the usual process, and if you want to do an exception, then right now the council has to hold a public hearing on that exception. The rule change is changing the default, so you don't have to do a public hearing unless someone requests it. And no one ever requests it because it's public contracting. So this is, again, just conforming to state law. State law changed, and now we're proposing changing your rules to comply or to conform to mimic state law. And so now the default would be no hearing on these exceptions unless someone requests one. So we still we publish a notice. We say, hey, we're going to do this non-standard process. And if you want to request a hearing, here's how you do it. And we publish that in the newspaper. And if someone does request it, we will hold a hearing. So those are, that's the sum total of changes to bring you into conformance with current law. We have
just to make it easier, we're just readopting the whole rules rather than the whole packet of rules. And it's a 150-page document or something like that, but it's largely the same and just those few changes.
Okay,
So-
questions for Ross? Are
Is
we,
it-
go ahead, Tammy.
In
Thank
this documentation that we were given in the PDF, what is the notice of public hearing? Is this all around all of that?
Yes.
Okay, because mine has like notations in it.
So whenever we change our rules,
Uh-huh.
we publish notice. And so what's in your packet is the actual notice that we will publish right before
About the rule change.
About the rule change.
Because I noticed on, I don't know what page it is in your packet, but on our PDF here, it's like 104. But there's a highlighted, whereas in 2016, the council updated its rules via resolution number blank.
Right, that's the form resolution, and we will complete that and fill in those blanks.
Why does it say in 2016? I guess that's what confused me. Why is there a blank with the historical year?
Because this is a resolution that we prepare for like 25 different cities, and so the packet that went out to Michelle is the same packet that we send out to lots of other cities.
So it's just a sample?
Right.
Okay.
And so we will conform this to Creswell
Okay.
and fill in all those blanks and
Okay.
yeah.
Any other questions? If not, are we good to put this on the agenda for the March work session, council meeting to adopt, to vote on?
Yes.
Yes? Does that mean we can let Ross go?
That's too easy.
Ross, we appreciate you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Hope you get some good sleep tonight. Okay, so now we're going to go to city manager goal setting. Manager Amber.
Thank you, Mayor. So each year, the city council reviews a list of goals and lets me know if you think this is the way I ought to be going. And these are the goals that I will be rated on for my evaluation. I came up with these goals and they're here for discussion. I can go through them if you want me to.
We've all read them,
I
right?
read them.
We read them.
Good for council.
Here.
We all read them. So
Yeah. Couple pages.
anything specific that you want to talk about in this list, Michelle? And then I'm going to open up to council to see if there's anything they want to talk about or anything that they suggest maybe we add.
Nope.
Council, any comments?
I liked it.
Tammy?
My only, the only thing I was curious about is strategic plan update meeting with department heads. You're updating them on the strategic plan we just adopted.
The strategic plan update meetings are for the department heads and I to discuss the strategic plan that you just
That
did.
we just did.
And where we are at them so that I can prepare update for the city council.
Okay, that's what I was thinking it was, but I wanted to make sure I was.
Page 8 of the strategic plan talks about the performance management, and one of them is a monthly meeting with department heads and a quarterly report to the council.
Okay.
And I see the first one scheduled for April.
Great. So the first quarter will be completed and I can report back.
Oh, I can't find it because we skipped.
It's
not in order.
Page
Right.
97.
Thank you.
Okay, Shelley?
Yeah, I was gonna say, when I was looking over them, I was really excited about the goal number 3, staffing needs and team building. I thought that was a fantastic goal, and I'm very excited to hear how that goes. I was also really excited as I was looking over all of the goals, but I think my eye was specifically drawn to goal number 2 around economic development, and I really appreciated how I felt like it was just like a really nice partner with the strategic plan.
Thank you.
I think you should add as a goal, taking that time off that you never take.
We have a little chuckle from the back row.
That's my 2 cents.
You've
Well,
been
we've
doing,
identified a week, but it's a work session week. That's the problem, is it's like, there's work sessions, and then when there aren't work sessions, and when there aren't city council meetings, there's
That's
preparation
why
for
it
city
should be,
council
that's why it should be a
meetings.
goal.
Preparation for.
Jim can attend a work session on your behalf, Manager Amber. He's
Director Pecker's pretty versed in all of the department needs.
How do you feel about that?
oh, we have a hand raised in the back of the room.
We have a public comment.
Well, Alonzo, whether
Mr.
it's a
Amber?
goal or not, we are working on it.
That's progress.
Oh, did you move on to?
Well, I know you've taken some Fridays off.
And some Mondays.
That's been
Okay.
very nice to see you take some Fridays off.
I took Friday off every Friday in December off.
Everybody should.
So I did take some time
Well,
off.
and we
in
don't have
December.
work sessions in August and December generally. I know that's a long ways away. But that might be a time you could just plan that over the Christmas holiday or August, you're gonna take a chunk of time.
There's always something going on.
It's National Night Out.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
But there's more than, you can do it.
it is okay for me, it is okay to me for you to say no to some city things that your presence isn't absolutely required at, like a national night out, like a something. Because no matter when you plan it, there's gonna be something.
But National Night Out needs me here because I'm the only one with a credit card who can buy the stuff that's needed for a National Night Out. So
We could somehow figure that out.
I bet we could.
So anyway, Alonzo made a suggestion. So I have a couple of thoughts going to the strategic plan. One of them was under 8, A and B, we have A and B, but wastewater in the strategic plan, page 4, we say, one of our big goals on wastewater is explore all funding avenues for wastewater infrastructure. And so I wondered about just putting down as one of your goals to explore all grant funds, explore all means. I mean, maybe that's something you're already doing, but that would be something that would fit in with a high priority here to explore all funding options for wastewater.
But that would be staff, actually, that would be Jim and that would be Cliff, and even Curtis has been working on that, so that wouldn't be me, that wouldn't be my.
Your
I mean,
area.
there's a team, that's a team project.
And Jim is raising his hand too now back there.
Yeah, and part of that is it's been a moving target until we get this agreement with EQ and Stone and have the plan that we just had the budget adjustment for completed. We don't even know what that final target is.
And we probably won't this year.
Probably won't this year.
Okay. I had 2 other thoughts. Possible additions, not that you don't have enough. Page, strategic plan, one of our priorities, number 2, was to generate material to educate community about utility fees.
Right. I don't think that that's particularly on my shoulders. I think that's on the utility department. And also, we're working right now to improve our social media presence. So, and that's, again, that falls on Jim's staff.
So this would be something that would be Jim and or Cliff working on it?
Again, I think it's a team.
Okay.
I think it's Caitlin, I think it's Heather, I think it's Jim, I think it's Cliff, I think it's me. I think it's all of us. I think, one of the things that I would like to see us do is reach out to the University of Oregon's communications department and develop some video that we can put on our website that people can watch, and that's something I might be involved with, but again, I think that's more of a team.
Okay. Then the other one I had was page 7, we talked about affordable housing. And I just put a big question by that, because that's a big one for us. I mean,
That is impossible, given where we are right now with our wastewater treatment plant. We cannot do hookups, if we cannot do hookups, we cannot do housing. And that's a 7-year plan. So I don't know how that part of the strategic plan is going to be accomplished, to be honest.
Is there a possibility of doing some of that on the east side?
Affordable housing on the east side? There really isn't any land for affordable housing on the east side. We have an individual who's looking at doing some apartments on the east side, but they're not going to be affordable.
Okay.
And so,
Those were just some thoughts.
yeah, affordable housing is going to be a hard nut to crack in the next 5 years, period. It's not something I'm going to be able to do in 1 year. And I think it has to be ongoing.
Okay.
I was part of a webinar of a group of Lane County emergency preparedness people who are working on the declaration that the governor put out. And I don't even think we would qualify for any of the programs that are going to be put in place by Lane County for affordable housing at this point. We're not part of the multi-agency attack group. Cottage Grove is and Eugene is, but we weren't considered for it. And I think the programs that are going to come down from the state are going to be, that are going to be funded through the state are going to be funded to nonprofit organizations like community sharing and the like. So our involvement even in the emergency declaration and the ability to get funding from that is pretty limited, if at all.
Okay. Well, thank you. I wanted to just throw out a few thoughts and get your input. So other council members, do you have any thoughts on Michelle's goals for the year? Shelley?
I'm also very excited about your goal number 7 of emergency planning.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, one thing that might be helpful is just a little bit more information around kind of what does it mean to stock up the EOC? So how many chairs, how many tables?
I just ordered 10 tables today and 20 chairs, and we'll be getting a whiteboard, and I'll have Curtis get some maps for us to put out there, and we'll get some markers, and we'll be sort of ready.
Okay.
Under hold cooperative exercise with county fire, so number D,
Yeah.
I guess letter D. Does that mean essentially like doing a tabletop drill?
We're not in a position to do a tabletop drill. And I am kind of at a loss as to how we would do it. We have 8 staff people, and we have 8 public works people, and they all have to be trained in EOC positions, and those are 3-day trainings. So we need to get everybody trained up, and right now the state isn't doing a lot of trainings, and they're not doing webinars. So that was something that was identified at the regional emergency management meeting. So doing a tabletop exercise would be a failure at this point. What I am looking at doing is increasing the amount of cooperation between these agencies and looking for ways for us to communicate better so that should an emergency arise, we can at least know what each other is doing. We had, the snowpocalypse, and I don't know what the school district was doing, and the school district may have had a building that had a generator that could have been a warming shelter. The sheriff's office was doing search and rescue. Maybe they could have been working with us to try and get people who were not warm, get them some warm food. They have the emergency equipment to get there. They have the 4-wheel drive and things like that to check on our community as well. There was a lot of disconnects that came out of the snowpocalypse that is at the agency level that I would like to be able to. And the fire department was just on their own. They were overwhelmed. They I called them and they were like, don't call us, we don't want to talk to you. So that's important though, to know that, we need to sit down and we need to develop that relationship so that when I do call, they don't say, we don't want to talk to you. We can say, well, what is your resources in Creswell doing? How can we, where's the CERT people that we paid to train? Where are the resources that we've invested in? And how can we work together? How can Public Works help fire? How can we work together? So that's what that is. And I hope to get that together with the county this year.
Great.
Okay. We're good? Okay, so the important thing for all of us is that come the end of the year when we do Michelle's evaluation, it's going to be based upon this, what we've agreed to tonight. We're going to be evaluating her based on the goals she set, and we say, yep, we're good. Work on these things. Okay?
I do have to say that, given some of my responses, number one is going to be pretty much Public Works.
Yeah,
I am not going to be installing benches
I was
and
gonna
a
ask
splash
about
pad
that,
and
but-
landscaping.
Yeah.
But I will be working with Cliff to make sure that those resources are all available and ready to go. But hopefully that will be accomplished this summer. It's been a project that I've been wanting to see implemented and kind of been over, so
It would be very.
I'll take ownership of that
It
one.
would be very impressive if it's 100% complete by January or December.
It will be, because Cliff is going to be extremely busy this summer. He is. I hope you all have compassion for him during the summer. When you see him and his crew, know that they are working as hard as they possibly can.
So all the equipment is in now?
Yep, all the parts are in.
Okay, we're good. Let's move along to C. Transportation utility fee next step. I'm going to start with Jim.
All right, thank you, Mayor, thank you, City Councilors. In your packet is a memo going over the timeline and where we're at today with the transportation utility fee. You recall at the last work session, Mr. Donovan came and spoke, our consultant who does these studies all over the state, and he presented that study with a $3.75 per household minimum fee, and we also had 6 buckets for non-residential fees. That is 6 different tiers of businesses, and those were based on average daily trips. The typical residence has almost 10 average daily trips, and some of those high traffic generating businesses were upwards of 100 or more. We capped it at 100 with the 6 buckets.
I thought the minimum was $125. I thought that was what was being considered.
$1.25 was the fee. I'm talking about the average daily trips.
Oh,
Yeah, we talked about $1.25 as kind of like the starting point for a resident. And then Mr. Donovan pointed out that at $3.75 was kind of where we meet our funding gap. We have this annual funding gap in the roads fund of $255,000 a year that we're not able to meet with our existing funding streams. We have multiple funding streams that include our gas tax from the state, registration fees, and then of course grants. And then there's other funding vehicles like a local improvement district, system development charges. But at any rate, we have this target of $255,000 a year that is a gap essentially preventing projects from happening every 3 years. So these major street projects, they could be, and I say 3 years because they take a planning phase, and then the next summer we're in construction, and hopefully we're ready to go to the next project, year 3. Currently, with our funding structure, we only do a project every 6 years. So we have a problem with the amount of projects that we have in our capital improvement plan, transportation system plan, that are needed to be done in 20 years. And at doing one every 6 years, we'll get roughly 3 done at our current funding strategy. So this transportation utility fee before you was recommended at $375 per household. We had 6 business buckets. Mayor Stram was going out to talk to businesses in the community. He asked for a few businesses just to have some examples, and he talked to a few business owners, and they were shocked. And he came back to me and explained what the business owners had reported, and went back to our consultant and talked to Manager Hamburg, and the consultant had a moment of I told you so, and said, the 6 buckets, it seems fair that there's as many buckets as possible that our building system can handle, and that way it's spread out fairly between the businesses. But in reality, it put a lot of pressure on high traffic generating businesses, and the yield, it only yielded another $5,000 in that in that tough when you compare it to 2 business buckets. And the 2 business buckets are capped now at 40 average daily trips. That's roughly about 4 times what a household would pay. But then you also have to factor in that those trips are then, and that rate are then taken against the square footage, or in the case of a service station, the number of fueling positions. But it was much lower when we're proposing only 2 buckets. So what I provided in the packet is different funding scenarios at different residential rates. You'll see at the top, tough 1, tough 2, tough 3, tough 4, tough 5. And it goes out to that $7 residential, just because our consultant said that $7 was the average of what other cities are charging. And he recommended the $7 rates. But anyways, this chart basically gives the council something to work with. From everything from $1.25 per residential to $7 per residential, and how that unfolds with a few example businesses.
I have a question about one of those example businesses.
Sure.
The Creswell School District, who pays their fees? If we charge Creswell School District a tough, who pays that?
The school district.
The school district gets their funds from where?
The state.
That collects it from where? So taxes, right? So essentially, the school district, people would be paying twice. They would be paying the taxes for the school district, and then they'll be paying a tough as well.
It doesn't work quite that way for the school district. The taxes that you pay for the schools go into a fund at the state level, and then they get divvied up according to a formula at the state level. So it's not a direct tax. It goes to the state.
Well, the other
school license, sorry.
The other thing too is the school district encompasses about 12,000 residents, while the city 5,000. So, 7,000 people who don't live in Creswell are paying into that as well, whatever that tax base is.
So the 7,000 people are attending our school, do they not pay the school district tax?
Yes.
They do.
But they're not going to pay a tough because they don't live in the city.
Okay.
But their children, of course, benefit from our roads.
Sure.
So we actually,
And they're
Michelle-
actually using our roads.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we
so-
charge the school,
Yeah.
then it reaches those.
So Michelle and I had this conversation with our school superintendent. Because I went out and talked to a number of people, but I wanted to talk to at least some business people. And so one of them was our school district, and he said, and when we presented this, we presented him the first bucket, which was about double this amount. I think about $800 a month. And he said, we totally get it, that's no big deal. It's just factored into our annual budget.
It's an operation fee.
It's an operation fee. We've got to pay for roads.
Still less money they get to spend on other things.
Oh, yes.
Regardless, it's less money they spend on the kids.
Yep. And this is about half that amount.
And no matter how you look at it, some people are gonna be paying twice for our roads. Yeah.
Yeah, to your point, Councilor Holt, there will be people who are residents of Creswell, and they also own a business in Creswell, and they'll be paying on their residential use of the streets, but they'll also be paying for their business use of the streets, which will be a different trip count.
And if they're paying taxes for the school, it would also be, I mean, even if it's indirect, it's still, okay.
Did you have anything more you wanted to report here, Jim?
That's all I got. Yeah, I appreciate you listening to the report.
Questions that you have for Jim about his report? Shelley?
I was just gonna ask a question, so if we're aiming for about 255 per year, as I look at kind of the 375 and the $5, as I look at those two columns, it kind of splits the difference. Is there, and I don't wanna like have more work done, but I'm wondering, because as I'm just sitting here, I'm reminded of our conversations that we had during the Water Rate Advisory Committee, where we were talking about how every dollar matters. And so I'm wondering if there's a way that we might be able to split that difference somewhere so that we get closer to that 255, as opposed to kind of being under it with a 240 and being over it with a 320.
Yeah, without calculating the numbers, I'm gonna guesstimate that it's probably gonna be about $4.
Yeah, I did a little calculation, and $4 put us at 256.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's not a question, it's just, as I think about every dollar mattering, and especially as we start to look at a $25 million water, like all of the fees that are gonna be adding up, I just wanna make sure that we're getting as close to what we need.
Sure, and this doesn't factor in, there was some discussion earlier tonight about maybe the airport users would pay as well. And I did, during that discussion, I did a quick calculation based on the number of accounts at the airport. That's gonna add about $3,500 if we did charge people at the airport.
$3,500 a month?
Yeah. Or no, for the year, sorry.
For the year.
For the year. So that would be tacked on to the 240 you see there, so.
So I kind of made some notes on our conversation, and one of the thoughts I'd like to go next is, last month when we ended our work session, we said we should get out to the community and talk to people. So I would like to have a share. Did you have conversations with people, and what kind of responses did you get? And who'd like to go first?
I'll go first.
Stacy.
So the general theme of responses I got centered around the fact that they would rather vote on some, or they would rather have a say in it, a vote in it, but they would feel more comfortable if it wasn't just this arbitrary amount of money that grows every year. Something that sunsets, something that has a project in mind, that they actually say that they know that they're paying for this project, and when this project is done, they're done paying for it. That's the general consensus, other than they're not interested in, like it's a bad idea, you know. But the other theme I was getting back was that they would be more supportive of it if it was something that sunsetted.
Okay.
I talked to people, the people that thought it was great that we were thinking of ways to improve roads, wanted to know what roads would be improved.
Exactly.
And so I shared, information I knew about Second Street being, important goal for us to get that one done first. There were people that said, why can't we have this on the ballot and vote for it? And I explained the cost to the city to put something on the ballot. And some of them were like, oh, that makes sense, and others were, still want to vote on it. So it was kind of a mixed bag of responses from the people I talked to.
What is the cost to put it on the ballot?
Michelle?
It depends on the election. If you wanted to do it at a general election in November, there's no cost. And you actually can put this on the ballot if you want.
Put the tough on the ballot?
Sure.
Okay.
You can have people vote on it if that is what you want to do. You don't have to. The city council, by state law, this is not a tax, it's a fee. It's a fee for service. And the city has the ability to establish fees.
Other conversations you had?
I was gonna say, the feedback that I heard in my conversations was that very supportive of doing work to improve roads. And it's a tough nut to crack, to borrow a phrase, to say like, okay, and how are we gonna pay for it? And so everyone wants good roads and you don't wanna pay for it, right? So how do you square that circle? And that's where the conversation with us, or as I was having with others, that's kind of where it lied with them. And so they were supportive of the city council making a decision and moving forward, because they also saw, here's the condition of some of our roads and some of our highest need roads to be able to be repaired, and in particular 2nd Street. And then I also did some correction in terms of Front Street, right, and who actually owned that area.
Same. So I encountered the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't know what they don't know.
Front Street meaning Highway 99 going
Yeah,
south.
yeah. I hope I'm getting the name of that street right.
No.
The road that goes between the, when you come down 99, you hit the light, and if you go straight, which would put you in front of the point S, isn't that Front Street?
That's Mill Street.
That's Mill Street.
That's
Okay.
Mill.
So it
And
was.
so Highway 99 is
Yeah.
also called Front Street?
It's on the other side.
Okay,
South Front Street.
okay.
Yeah, so I had to do some education there, and then I said, hopefully. So like I said, I think there's the need there to improve our roads, and also how are we gonna fund it in a way that doesn't put us, because if it takes us 6 years to be able to fund one road, then if we have 3 roads on the docket, you're looking at 18 years later before you're able to get to that road, and every other road is
At the
deteriorating.
soonest, and in that 18 years, you're gonna have inflation, so it's gonna be much longer.
Yeah.
And all your other roads are wearing down at the same time.
Yeah, they don't just stand.
Yeah.
And, it might be that it's decided to invest in maintaining roads that aren't in complete disrepair, rather than trying to repair roads that need complete rebuilds. So, it would change the whole philosophy of our street program.
Well, I spoke with several people. One business owner, he wanted more information. Of course, I didn't have the new bucket numbers. And, but everyone I spoke with was in total agreement that our roads need fixing. But also, the majority of the people I spoke with were concerned about all the, it's not just this, it's all the other increases that are going to be coming along. And and I get that quite a bit. But the only person that thought it was a great idea and had no problem paying this was somebody that I spoke with, which is in a much higher income bracket. So what I took away from that was that everybody I spoke with was in agreement that we need our roads need repair, and there's no end to it. They're always going to be needing some maintenance and repair. So.
Well, I spoke, to piggyback on pretty much what everybody else has said so far, a little bit of each of it. I've spoken with people in different income brackets, different ideas. So far, everybody agrees the roads need to be paid for. Nobody wants to pay for it. Everybody I've spoken to pretty much wants to vote on it. The one I don't think we quite touched on just yet is how to make it more fair and how to include everyone that uses the Creswell roads, including Creswellians that live outside the urban cross boundary was the big one that I tried to tackle in my research to add to this. So I think that voting on it is important. That's, the people need to vote and decide. I think the fees are not horrible for my income bracket. However, I still don't want to pay more because I water my garden in my yard, and I pay a lot of the water bill and the safety bill. And, you know, personally, it is what it is, but I want to have sheriffs here, and I want roads for my kids and, you know, roads for other kids. And so I think it's all pretty similar to what everybody else is shooting for. Is we want really nice roads and not have to pay for it. But we want it to be fair if we are going to pay for it, and make sure that the people do get a vote on it.
So I talked to 12 different members of the community, 9 residential people and 3 business people. And kind of like you mentioned, some people I just encountered out walking. One time I was up at Pleasant Hill at a restaurant, and our waitress was very nice, and we were visiting, and eventually I said, "So where do you live?" "Creswell." "You do? Where do you live?" "At the mobile home park over here." So I asked her the question. And I asked everybody the question. I talked to them about the needs for roads and for a sustainable funding source for roads. And I said, give me a range of how much you'd be willing to pay every month towards maintaining roads. And so I got an interesting range, $3.50 to $10. One person said $10. Mostly it was $4 to $5 to $6. Nobody objected to paying a monthly amount. And they did live in a variety of locations. So one of the questions I had kind of as a follow-up, Jim, was we talked about a residential single-family rate, but in doing some of my own reading, I found that there's also different rates if you live in a mobile home park, if you live in an apartment, if you live in a condominium, and the rates go down. So if you were to charge $4 a month for a single residence, according to my math, if you live in some of the different units, you're paying $2 a month, $1.75 a month. So it's 50 or 60% lower depending on where you live. Then it was interesting going to the businesses. And so I went out, first of all, with the 6 business buckets and had conversations. And as you remember, Seth came to our last meeting. He was one of the ones I spoke to. And his number was pretty high, 200 plus. If it was a 375 residential rate, his would have been 280 something a month. And, you know, him and Melissa kind of hit the roof. So it was like, oh, and I talked with Bill Spencer, and he said, yeah, that's a lot higher than we talked about. And I talked to Chelsea over at the wellness clinic. And then I came back to Jim, and then Jim refigured the buckets. Then I went back. Interesting conversation. Seth's number jumped down to $31.50 a month. And he said, I'll pay that tomorrow. That's no problem. No problem. Bill Spencer said his rate went from $700 a month to $283, and his comment was, well, I'm not sure that I'm paying enough. And of course, I wanted to say, well, you could always pay more, Bill. I'm not sure I'm paying enough at the gas station at $283 a month. And Chelsea's comment was $10. She said, that's no problem. So, you know, a lot of different responses as we got from everybody.
It was a little more difficult for some of us that didn't have the power to have the numbers reworked real time. So, like, I did not have the information that you had to talk to people about.
Because the owner of Dairy Queen was here tonight, and those numbers were.
Was that him there?
Cameron, yeah.
Cameron.
A lot more, he was a lot more conducive to those numbers than the first number. Not that he was, you know, I don't want to speak for him, but he was a lot more conducive to that than the originals.
Yes.
He was as
Yes.
concerned as Seth was from Creswell Valley Bistro or whatever.
I was just gonna speak to, I had an email with Cameron this afternoon. He did come to the meeting.
He's got young kids too.
Yeah, he's gotta get home, I understand that. He had a really good question about where the funding's going, so I wanted to touch base on that if I may.
Yes, yes.
So of course he asked, where is the funding going? Where will I see it in the budget? great questions. And so the funds will be collected in the street fund and transferred to the street capital reserve fund. This is what we do for other funding mechanisms that come in for street funding. For future capital projects, they're listed in the transportation system plan. So the projects are out there for the public if they read through that document.
Apparently I need to read it.
Transportation system plan.
Yeah. And there's about, just to highlight, I didn't address this in the email to Cameron, but transportation utility fund, or the road ad hoc committee was presented this. There's about $26 million in street. That's after you carve out the other funding sources like SDCs and 26 million in projects to do in 20 years. So we got a long haul. It's gonna be never ending. And then of course we'll do another transportation system plan, and there'll be more projects to do. It's the roads aren't forever. They deteriorate. And so the next project to be budgeted is South 2nd Street. That's approximately about $1.8 million in today's dollars. It was 1.4 in the 2018 transportation system plan, and that's we have to start budgeting that next fiscal year because, well, there's a sense of urgency because there's a grant availability. So we have some state fund exchange grants that will expire. We just got an email on that if we don't get those budgeted by the end of the calendar year. So they want us to start a project, and that is the next one. My understanding is ODOT and our engineers have slated South 2nd because it's actually crumbling. We don't see it with our eyes, but the engineers understand this. And part of that problem is the LTD bus route that goes over it every day, day in and day out, right? So there is a sense of urgency to get started on this project.
How long was it 1.2 mile for the 1.8 million?
It's just from Oregon to F Street.
So how many blocks is that?
5?
5 blocks.
I think it's 5 blocks.
Yeah, and we have other funding sources that will contribute to this project. We've got grants, we could likely, the council will impose a local improvement district. System development charges is going to be used for an expansion of the road. They can't pay for existing roadway repairs. So for example, if we widen the street by 5 feet, we can pay for the 5-foot strip with SDC fees, but we can't pay for the other.
With what? What did you say, with what?
System development charges?
No, you said we could pay for it with what?
SDCs.
System development charges.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
That's what we charge
It's
a
okay.
Have to be
developer
careful.
or.
Acronyms.
That's okay,
Yeah.
I'll get used to them.
So we collect SDCs, but it's for expansion of the roadway. Legally, we can't spend them on existing.
The
maintenance.
SDCs you legally
Yeah,
can't.
SDCs, yeah.
Okay.
So if we widen it, we can pay for the strip of widening, but we can't pay for the project.
With the,
With SDCs.
The-
So,
technically you couldn't pay, well, I mean, I guess you could, but if you were to widen, say, 2nd Street, didn't you guys talk about widening 2nd Street and taking some easement? Am I correct about that?
Cliff?
It's not
We have a
easement,
60-foot right of way, so we don't need
we
to
already
take an
own it.
easement.
Oh,
yeah,
okay, okay.
I'm just,
Okay.
We own the
Okay.
right of way.
I'm throwing out the
Okay.
different, I'm trying to set an example of the different funding mechanisms.
And it's important to remember that when we do a street, it's not just pavement, curb, and gutter. It's sometimes the infrastructure under the street.
Yeah.
So there's those costs.
Yeah, that's another good point. Yeah, they call it the trifecta. We have to have water, sewer, and street funds available at the same time. So it makes it, that's another challenge. But even with all these funding sources, we still have this funding gap that's prohibiting our projects from going at least our current capacity, which would be 1 every 3 years. But I just want to address where the funding will go and where you'll see it in the budget. You'll see it in the street capital reserve fund. year over year in the budget.
Okay. So we've had conversations with people in our community. I wanted to just take a minute and, go ahead.
Did we hear from Norma Jean?
I didn't talk to anyone.
I looked at her and she said nope.
Oh, okay.
So I just want to take a minute and kind of review where we were last June. So we had appointed an ad hoc committee that was composed of Kevin Prachu, Shelley Clark, and Tammy Sue, Shuck. Community members were Chelsea Pisani, Bill Spencer, Don Eric, and Kelly Coughlin. And then our staff, Michelle, Cliff, and Jim. And they looked at a number of different possibilities for how to do this. One of them being local gas tax, which they didn't recommend, and you've heard from our consultant a month ago why that's not the greatest option. One was the TUF, which we're now talking about. One was a bond, street bonds, and I noted the pros could finance several projects paid by property taxes, not affected by the switch to electric vehicles. The cons, bond market at a historical worst. I don't know if that's still the case. Restricted use requires a campaign and election by the citizens, must include projects throughout the city to get voters to approve. They did not recommend that approach.
In
Michelle?
addition, a bond actually costs more because you're not only paying back the loan, you're paying back interest, and it can be a significant amount of interest. So you might have, for example, if you look at the school bond, it's an $18 million bond. Well, look at how much is actually paid back through the whole time. It's more like 28 million.
27 something,
Yeah.
So we would take out a bond and it would be for a certain amount, but what we'd actually get out of that is less because of the interest?
No, you take out whatever you think your project is, 26 million. Let's say we wanted to do the whole transportation system plan. It'd be 26 million plus interest. So when you pay for it back, you're not paying 26 million.
You're paying
You're
like
paying
40.
38 or
Yeah.
40 million for the same project that if you paid it with cash, straight cash from a TUF, gas tax, anything like that, that's straight just cash, you're gonna get more for your money. than
So
if
then when you say
do a
it
bond.
costs more to all of us who are paying that bond.
Right, you're gonna pay more
Because we have
for
to,
it.
okay.
What
Plus
about a
we have-
levy?
Plus, we have to pay to have the person draft the bond.
That's
To
right,
get it-
it's expensive.
That was something that Kelly, I can't remember how you
Kelly
say it.
Coughlin.
Kelly kept saying during our meetings was,
You have to have bond counsel.
you have to have
you
bond counsel, you're paying all this money to put it on the ballot, and it might get voted down.
Right.
And that's not being fiscally responsible, was the comment, that we heard.
Okay, Jim had his hand up and then Alonzo.
Councilor Shuck covered it. I was gonna add that that's where the election can get expensive, is the bond council. Yeah, you got a good point. You're talking tens of thousands
It's
of dollars.
thousands and thousands of dollars.
It is, it's,
Like
I've been
20
through,
something.
I've been through a bonding process on a water project, and it was an incredible amount of staff time, effort. It was a lot of expense. So you just gotta keep that in mind if you wanna do a bond.
And during the process, the conversations of the bond, was there a number ever thrown out for how much that would cost, like, say, per household?
You have to actually go through the bonding process to figure that out. Because you have to figure out what the project is, you have to figure out the bond amount, you have to figure out the interest amount, you have to figure out all of the underwriting expenses, you have to figure out the bond counsel, there's a lot of costs that go into figuring out what the taxes are gonna actually end up being. So it would be something that I wouldn't wanna give you an estimate on. A well-versed bond attorney might be able to give you an estimate, but I can't.
Okay.
Well, it's interesting because the school is coming out with a bond. And I know they've put out numbers based on what your property tax is, and I think I figured out for me, it's about $10 to $15 a month on my house, which is far more than $3.75 or $4 a month. Did you have your hand up, Nick?
I did. Well, a levy, so have we looked into that? And
A levy is an interesting opportunity to put it before the voters. Again, a levy will sunset automatically. You can do a 5-year levy. Typically, though, you find yourself at the 3rd year, the 2.5 year of a levy, starting to work on the next levy. Because you always need the money. The need for the money never goes away. That's the one thing about the bond, is you do the 26 million, you've got the money for your whole street system right there.
So on a levy, can you choose to do a longer period of term
No.
rather than a 5-year, or is it minimum 5-year or maximum 5-year?
It's the
What
amount,
about
the amount of time a city can do a levy is set in statute. And
believe I read
it
that
used to be
before.
5 years, and there may be a 7-year.
I read 5 and I read 7, but
Yeah.
I was gonna leave it to ask you.
Right.
But
So-
is there a limit or a cap on the amount of money we can levy?
Levy as much as you think the voters
Because
will.
my thought with a
approve.
levy, at least that extends past the urban growth plan rate, spreads the wealth around a little bit
No,
more.
it doesn't. We can't levy a fee beyond our boundaries.
We can't levy on personal property taxes?
Not on, beyond our boundaries, we
Under
cannot.
city boundaries.
We need to expand our boundaries.
Not until we fix the sewer.
Well, we're looking
Add to
at extending our urban growth boundary, but,
Well, it's just hard because, again, all these people that do live here and
No,
use the
we can do
streets aren't gonna have to pay for it.
well,
I thought
we can try. We're gonna
Jim
try.
had his hand up.
There is a limit as far as how high we could go, and
Oh,
that's
that's
because
true.
of compression.
Oh,
So
yeah.
measure 5, measure 50.
And what is compression?
Oh, that is the $10
We
million
can only,
question.
we can only.
We need Ross back on.
We can only tax you to $5, and all of the taxes that you pay for non-schools have to add up to $5 or less. So per
So a levy
thousand.
could be the same thing as a TUF then.
Well,
Except that
no,
it would sunset.
it can't. The levy, there are some people who are so close to paying that $5 that they wouldn't pay the levy. So that's compression, is when you hit that $5 limit, we can't tax you any more than $5.
But
At
the
school
whole
has a
community.
$10 limit, but all the government entities get added together for that $5 limit except for schools. So that would be including the water
Safety, the
districts,
water.
the
Sewer.
Public
the
library.
fire, the library, yeah, wouldn't be any of the schools though. So yeah, there is compression. Also, well, yeah. no.
So the other mechanisms that the ad hoc committee looked at last year were the local improvement district, which we've talked about that, and they did recommend that. And then, that's what they looked at. Their recommendation was the ad hoc roads committee recommends the city council to enact a local improvement district financing mechanism based on lineal footage for sidewalk, curb, and gutter, and a transportation utility fee to be assessed on the utility bill. And so that was the recommendation a year ago. Then based upon that, which was brought to us at the June work session, I think, that was where the council directed staff to begin work on a TUF, which is what we heard last month. So that brings us to our discussion tonight of the TUF. And the question I have is, are we wanting to move forward in this direction, which would then bring us to what would be the next steps on enacting a TUF? Do we want to go back and look at different options? A TUF combined with something else? I don't know. So we as a council need to, because we have 2 new council members, so we need to decide the council, we've already gone in one direction. We've gotten consultant, we've gotten a report. Continue moving that direction? Do we put a pause on it and look at some other directions?
I have a hard time not making sure the voters vote for it. That's where I'm at. I see what everything's going on, I agree with it. I want advance, I want our roads to be better, I want the city to be better. But my conviction of making sure the city votes for it is hard to look past. I don't have much more than that.
So, having served on the council before, when we had a conversation around, because we always come back to, or we have always come back to, we need to find a way to help fund our roads and to improve our roads. Like that, that has there's never been, from my perspective, there's never been pushback to that, like, that statement. We've got to improve our roads, we've got to find a way to do it. And so, my first year on the council, what was recommended was a gas tax in order to be able to generate those funds. That came with a significant amount of disagreement, especially from our business owners, and in particular from the 76 station, because it would have fallen to them essentially to be able to manage all of the funds, right, to go where it was going. Additionally, there were a number of other things that were happening in the city that we decided that it was probably not in the best interest to move forward with a gas tax, or to be able to, or to expend the council's time and energy at that point in time to be able, because we would have had to go knock on doors and promote the idea of a gas tax. And so then what happened is it sat dormant for another 6 months. And then the ad hoc roads committee was formed. We came back to this, and again, the discussion was, we've got to do something to fix our roads. Like, we've got to figure out a way. And so the roads committee looked at, here's all of our options, here's what the potentials are, the pros and cons. We laid it out, and then we needed to set it aside for another 6 months. And so now here we are, a year and a half later, talking about we still need to fix our roads.
Yep.
We need to find a way to do it. We have a responsibility to do it, or that we all saw it as a responsibility to do it. And I think we have to figure out how do we move forward, because more time is passing and our roads aren't getting any better. And so I am supportive of us moving forward with the tough. And again, I know I had the benefit of being on the roads committee last year, so I was part of all of those conversations. But I think we've got to do something. Otherwise, more time is going to pass and our roads aren't going to get in any better condition.
And we've massaged this to where it's acceptable to business owners that had previously, it wasn't acceptable to, so. And, Mr. Donovan, we paid to have his help, and it just seems like kicking the can down the road is not responsible.
I'm not interested in kicking it, but I am interested in letting our citizens vote on it.
The reason I'm against that, and I'm not against, I want people to have a say. And that's why I went out and talked to as many people as I did, and I plan to keep talking to these business people. I didn't know that this was Dairy Queen owner. Wish I would have known that.
I'm not a name dropper.
But our roads are non-negotiable. And they can be non-navigable at some point too if we're not careful. So whether we vote yes or no doesn't change the fact of the roads. Doesn't change the fact of the roads. And what we've been talking about is we have to establish a funding mechanism, not something that will fix the project, because then there'll be the next project and the next project and the next project. So it's not that we have a need here, so we need to raise money in the next 5 or 10 years, we're going to take care of that. We're not going to. As long as we live here, we're going to have roads that we have to maintain, and we simply do not have a source of revenue that is ongoing to fix those. So whether I vote yes or no, and people are generally inclined to vote no if it means money out of my pocketbook, unless you work really hard to convince them otherwise. So I'm against it for 2 reasons. Number one, we have a problem that won't go away, whether I like it or not. I can vote no on it, and then I don't pay the money. Doesn't change the problem at all. That does just kick it further down the road for somebody else to have to fix it, and the roads get worse. The other reason I'm against it is I think this is the most cost-effective way to go. $3.75 or $4 a month is a lot less than the bond I'm going to be voting on for the school, which isn't going to cost me more right now, but in 2 or 3 years when that bond would expire, that school bond measure is going to go on for 15 or 18 more years. And I will be paying that $10, $15, $18 a month. So if we talk about a $26 million bond for the city, I shudder at the cost of that to the taxpayer. So I would rather, I would rather be paying $4 a month, which gets us to that $256,000 number, and know that we have now established a mechanism that goes on and on and on. You know, years ago, we faced this with our water system.
And continually goes up, right?
Most likely.
Yeah, and that's
But it,
what I don't
but it would
like.
be a long time
Yeah.
before it hit that $15 or $18 a month mark. So we faced the same thing with our water system a number of years ago. And we spent a lot of time as a council working on it. And it did go to a vote. And the voters at Creswell said, we want to fund our water system. We'll pay the actual cost. We'll establish a system. Because we didn't have a good system before for how to assess water and sewer rates. So we created a whole new way of doing it. And I'm thrilled tonight when I hear, Jim say, 1%. Whoa! And I read through your minutes, there was some suggestion of 0%. I mean, that's unheard of in Creswell. Because we created a process for doing it. And so I think we have a permanent need in Creswell, and we need a permanent fix. And the last thing I'll comment is I did some reading. I read up on Coburg, and I read up on Veneta, because we got a lot of information from our consultant in other cities, but I wanted to get current stuff. Coburg's been dealing with this, Veneta's, and they're both at $6, $7 a month. So, this is a problem, especially lots and lots and lots of rural communities in Oregon face. And it's not going away.
What size are they?
Coburg is smaller than we are.
Coburg is,
Veneta is right around the same size we are.
Okay.
yeah, Coburg is 2,000
Notice I looked at
people.
you, I knew you'd know right off the top of your head.
So, Tammy,
That's what I was raising my hand to say. Other cities are $7, $11. Milwaukee, where I used to live, and, they're collecting 12, and they're not even close to their transportation system, their plan. What's it called?
Transportation System Plan.
Thank you.
TSP.
They're not even close to meeting what they need to do.
Michelle.
We have to remember too, time is of the essence. We don't have a lot of time to fail at a vote. We'll lose a grant if we do that.
How much is that grant?
Jim?
It's roughly about 65 grand a year. It's been building up. I think we're looking at 200,000 that's sitting in the coffers. And they are telling us you need to start a project.
Caveat to your argument is, it would have been nice to have these fees before talking to people. If you go back with lower fees, I think I could get everybody to go with it. So it's the only thing I wish we had those
I
sooner.
apologize that you didn't have them ahead of time.
Stacy.
This has been legally challenged before, and citizens have actually done initiatives to overturn the same thing. And I think if we were to vote on it, we would not be opening the door for that kind of thing to happen, which would also cost us money. I just think that allowing our citizens to make that choice themselves is really important. I think it makes them part of the process. The number one rule of land use is citizen involvement, or the number one goal of land use, right? Taxes, or we're not calling this a tax, but it could be considered a tax, and it may not pass the I'm not a tax sniff test. I have no idea. I think that depends on what kind of projects you're talking about doing with it. And I would like to see, supposedly we have a median income of $78,000 a year roughly. I can't see why, if that's the case, why it might not pass, but I think that giving an opportunity to our citizens, while they're getting absolutely hammered with taxes all around them right now, I think that they should have the opportunity to decide what's important to them. That's just my opinion.
It's important to keep in mind, this is not a tax. It's not a tax so long as we follow all the principles that our consultant was paid to give us advice on. And that is to be very clear about it being a fee. And a fee is for a service. And the service that we need to be very clear on what that service is that we're offering. We need to be very clear on our methodology. That's where it gets challenged, is on the methodology.
What
And
service
so
are we giving them?
We're giving them streets. It's just like water.
Just like the taxes we paid for to have streets, isn't that our ODOT?
You pay
We
registration.
pay gas tax, we pay a registration.
You pay registration and fee and gas tax fees, which then come in the form of a grant to us. We don't get the registration straight off of your car.
Right.
We don't get the gas tax straight out of the gas
How we
pump.
get it doesn't negate the fact that we pay it already. And so we're now gonna pay a fee to drive the roads that we already in some way funded,
But
right?
we're not paying enough. The
That's right.
funding is not, that mechanism is not enough.
It's not sufficient.
It's not sufficient.
And I agree with that. I
And
agree with
so-
I agree with that, and I see the need. And if it were put on a ballot in front of me, I would vote yes. Okay, that's not what I'm. I just feel like this is a decision that I'm not willing to make this decision. I think it should go to a vote.
So, one of the things that's built into creating the TUF is the challenge process.
Right.
So that businesses, let's say, or individual residents can challenge it and say, I object to that fee imposed on my business. And so there's a process built into the whole creation of the TUF that allows for a challenge. You have to pay for the challenge. And I asked, how do you do that? Well, they run one of those wires across your front driveway or across your business, and they do it for a certain period of time, and then they can get exact count for your business or your residence. So that's part of it as well. But one of the things that the consultant said, one of the words that I picked up in my mind was, he said, you have to draft your TUF in such a way that it's defensible.
That's right.
And it has to be based on very tight parameters so that it treats everybody in a
Because it's kind of
sense
sneaky.
equally.
That's what I feel like it's sneaky. I feel like we're going around something because we knew that I was at some of those meetings when you talked about the gas tax, and the biggest concern was that it wouldn't pass. That was the biggest concern in those meetings. And so all of a sudden, that gets pushed aside, and now we're talking about something that we can shore up and make it so they can't come after us for it. That's how I feel like this is going. And
Infrastructure costs money.
I understand.
And water and sewer are like streets. It costs a certain amount of money to deliver that service. The truth of the matter is the state said, we'll collect some money for streets and we'll give it back to you as a grant. And they are not giving us enough money to maintain the streets.
So how do we fight that?
But what you're saying would be akin to saying we should vote on water rates, we should vote on sewer rates. The cost is the cost. We're not selling it at a profit. We're not making money off of streets. The people who make money off of the streets actually are the businesses in town that the streets bring the people to the business. And right now, it's kind of a tragedy of the commons in that we have this wonderful system that is not being paid for, and it is deteriorating. That's the reality. And there's a lot of philosophies about it, but the reality is we have no way to continue to fund our streets, and we're looking for a way to do it. And the part of it is having people who are adjacent to the street pay a portion of the cost of improving the street. I mean, that's part of the package that we're looking at as well. Should I, because I live on 2nd Street, have to pay for the bus to drive in front of my house? I mean, I could say that, but it is part of the benefit of living in a community. And so there's no perfect funding source. I wish I could tell you that we knew of a source of money that could cover the cost. But the truth is the streets are deteriorating, and the more they deteriorate, the more expensive it comes to repairing them. Because you have to repair the base, you have to repair the layers, you have to repair sometimes you have to reestablish the actual footprint of the road because it's been so degraded. where there's another method of street maintenance that's called chip sealing. And if you maintain your roads, you can chip seal them at a lot less cost. But once they get to a certain point, they're a lost cause. And we have streets that are a lost cause in this community.
So what what you reminded me of, Stacy, was the conversation we had at the council, going back to when we were trying to create a ballot to put before the people to vote on water rates. And the conversation we had was, we need to create a system that evaluates every year, 1 year at a time, what's the actual cost to the city of providing this service, water and sewer. We need to create a system that is based on actual cost, and then put that to the people, actual cost. And as I think about the tough, I think in a sense we've tried to do the same thing. We've said, what's the actual cost? What's our shortfall? We get this money from the state, but it's not enough for to do the projects that we need to do. So we have to come up with an additional source of revenue. And so in a sense, we've said, what do we need to cover the shortfall? And that's what $255,000 was. What's the actual cost if we were to spread it out to all the citizens and the businesses, and we come away with this $375 or $4 a month, and then, difference with the businesses. So it feels to me that we're trying to do the same thing. We're saying we have an actual cost, we have a real need to maintain this service. What's the most equitable way to pass it on to the people who use it, because we can't charge the people who live outside the city. What's the most equitable way to pass it on to the users at the actual cost as we can dial it in as close as we can. And so to me, that's what it feels like we're trying to do. And while I like the idea of voting, because I vote every year on all kinds of stuff, this is something that is just a cost that we have. It's not ever going to go away. And we have to pay it. Whether I like it or not, if I live in Creswell, I have to somehow figure out how I'm going to pay for roads. So, it's a different perspective.
How'd they do it 30 years prior to that today?
Higher gas tax. Gas tax
Has
was
it always been in the gas tax for the small?
Well, gas tax hasn't been raised in 30 years. I mean, yeah, back in the day, there was enough gas tax that was collected. And there was also a lot of federal funds, that were put out in transportation packages. That's how we have our highway system and our freeway system. That wasn't paid for by any other means other than federal money.
Sure, which is our money.
Right.
Don't get me wrong, the federal government's the one that's taking all of our money.
Right.
But I meant more like for the small town. I mean, how did they do it years prior?
Well, it's not been easy. On the coast, they still have some gravel roads. It's not an easy thing to pay for. It's just like nothing infrastructure-wise is easy to pay for. It's not easy to pay for a building repair. It's not easy to pay for a new wastewater treatment plant. And the communities themselves come up with the money and they pay for it. Sometimes they do. I mean, I think Eugene is doing a street lawn, because they feel that they have a big enough population and they have a big enough project that's how they want to do it. I do agree with the mayor, though, that the pay-as-you-go, I think you get more for your money.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend a bond.
Yeah, I think you get more for your money if you pay the exact amount that it costs to actually put in the infrastructure. And that's what we do with our policing. We have taxes, but we determined that the taxes weren't enough to pay for policing. And so we supplement the taxes with what it actually cost us. We don't make any money off of it. We're not making a profit. It's the actual cost of providing the service. So it's this, there's 4 things that cities provide, and they're really basic. It's, 5 things. There's water, sewer, public safety, streets, and sanitation. Those are the 5 basic things that every city has to have. Parks and recreation is nice, and all the other social services are really nice to have, but those are the bread and butter of the city. And that's what we really need to have some kind of method for funding.
Yeah. It is the same thing as with our public safety. You know, not too many years ago, we had 2 full-time deputies and a 1/3 sergeant that we shared with Benita and with Summer Marine Patrol. And that was what we had in our budget. From the taxes we paid, property taxes, that's what we could afford. And then there was an outcry. We've got to have more sheriffs. Well, there's no more money in the budget. How are we going to pay for it? And we did talk, we had, you know, several meetings and public meetings, and we talked to the people, we'll put it on the property tax. And we did, and it got thoroughly voted down. So then we said to people, how do you want to pay? We asked people, how do you want to pay? You want more deputies, how do you want to pay for it? They said, charge me $2 or $3 or $4 or $5 a month, I'll pay it. So we added 1. And with time, we added 2, and now we have 5. And thus, the $17 on our thing. But we did ask the voters. We had a number of community meetings, and people said, we don't want another tax, we'll pay it out of our pocket.
And how long ago was that?
That was 2014?
Yeah, I could.
When we started?
2014. And
2014.
the thing about a fee like that is if we decide we don't want the 4th deputy, we can get rid of the 4th deputy and change the fee. It's very simple. If you do a levy or a bond, you're tied into whatever the property tax is going to be. You don't have the flexibility, and you have to do what you say you're going to do with it. So even if you decide you don't need that 4th deputy, if we had a public safety levy, we'd have to keep the 4th deputy. We wouldn't be able to decrease it because we had promised the voter that we were going to buy that 4th deputy with that levy. So, but the transportation, a fee is very flexible.
Except that we would never reduce it because no city in their right mind ever does that. I mean, like, I've never seen a fee reduce in my lifetime. It tends to always go up. And one of my concerns one of my concerns with like the transportation utility fee is you know, one of the things I think the presenter was talking about was having it automatically increase 3% a year, right, for COLA?
We're not going to do that.
I wouldn't recommend that.
Oh, okay, because I was just going to say, I don't like that at all.
I think it needs to be the same kind of process as what we do for the water and sewer fee. I think it needs to be a yearly look at it, and it needs to be decided by a group of citizens. And it needs to be, you know, yeah, we're gonna stay with this fee, or we wanna be more aggressive, or we wanna be less aggressive. But right now, we do have the opportunity, if we act within the time frame, to get a grant to offset the cost of these streets. And I think you shouldn't lose sight of that.
So what is, I'm sorry, on the grant, what is the time frame?
Jim, did you say 2 years?
End of the calendar year, I think.
End of the calendar year, yeah, we have to submit a
Cliff.
request to use that funding, and in good faith, we also have to budget it.
So that puts us in the
So-
budgeting cycle, which is.
So it means now.
So Cliff, you had your hand up a few minutes ago, I think.
I did. I'm gonna date myself and kind of answer Nick's.
Oh, this was the question of how did we pay for roads?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I've worked for 3 municipalities and I've been here 23 years. We used to get timber dollars, timber taxes. And those.
That was the answer I was looking for.
That's right.
Those supplied a lot of funding to our roads. And since those went away, all municipalities and counties have been in the same boat that we're in.
Counties used to pave their roads with timber taxes. I worked for counties that did.
And some cities just choose not to do anything.
Well, I moved here in,
One of those.
I moved here in '82, and other than A Street, 5th Street out Harvey Road, and not many others, they're the same roads I drove on in '82.
First Street just got
So the truth is, we've done a little bit through the years, but there's a whole lot of roads in Creswell that didn't have sidewalks in, they don't have them now.
Most of the streets that are put in by developers. It's not a
Yeah.
cost to the city.
Yeah, that's true.
The developer puts it in and it's part of the house, part
Just
of the
like we
cost of the
talked,
house.
Each house that a developer might put in, you gotta pay the sidewalk and the skirts. and-
That's how we get new
SDC, that's
streets
the
in Creswell.
SDC,
Yeah,
that's
just
the
keep
SDC.
developers, keep,
Well, it's not even SDCs, it's just.
Well, yeah, they put in new ones and then we have to maintain them though.
Right.
yeah.
So I want to hear
We,
from
the city.
Norma and Alonzo
And then I just had another question, but
We've
it's okay.
done-
I
This is
think-
like our
I
fifth
think the
work
tough-
session on this subject, so.
I think the tough is the best way to go from all that I've heard of possibilities for paying for the roads. They have to be done. If we don't do it now, it costs us much more later down the road. Literally the road.
Okay, Alonzo?
Well, there's pros and cons to either way we go, and we've been discussing this for quite some time. As much as I'd like to see it go to the vote, I would be in favor of pursuing this tough. With the, much like we did with the public safety fee, I know time is of the essence, but I think when we did the public safety fee, we did a really good job of reaching out to the community, kind of that survey that we talked about, and kind of how much would you be willing to pay, so forth. And it did a couple of things. It got kind of educated people, and we got to see what they were willing to pay. And I was shocked at how much people were willing to pay for, I think it was 2 more deputies? Yeah. So moving forward, I would like to see that component part of this process added to it. But, I know we don't have a lot of time. But, yeah, I think I would be in support of moving forward with this stuff. It's sustainable. Our road problems, there's no sunset on those. There are always gonna be more roads, more projects. It's just gonna be ongoing. So, that's how I feel about it.
Kelly?
Well, I was gonna say, so what you shared prompted another thought with me, but, so I guess the one thought that I had was, is there a possibility for future charges to the Transportation and Public Works Committee to maybe look at this fee on an annual basis, similar to what we do with water and sewer?
Sure. Yeah.
Because then I think that really dials in on an annual basis, what is the cost, what is, I think that gets us as close to the mark as possible. So that's just an idea that just popped, so thank you for that.
Well, yeah, and you just reminded me of another thought I had too, was that, remember when we were looking at the gas tax, something that came up was, what would be the actual administrative fees also? How much of the money is actually gonna go to the road, to the roads? And I think it was that, and there was also I think we had something else where there was is there gonna be an audit, an audit fee on the TUF? What are the other fees and costs associated to this?
Yeah, gas tax can be collected by the entity or by the state, and the state takes its cut. It takes a nice cut.
And they will do this with the TUF as well?
No.
No.
Okay, so, I'm talking about the TUF. Maybe we don't know, what other, I guess what I'm at, what other costs are there going to be? What money will be taken away from the TUF money?
It can't be, it's a fee.
It's a fee.
No administrative
Straight
fees,
payment.
no.
It's like water and
no-
sewer.
It's dollar for dollar.
You pay it to the
Dollar for
city
dollar.
and it goes right into that fund.
Well, that's something that the community needs to know.
The transportation utility fee would have to clearly outline exactly what it goes to.
Yeah.
And you can't go one way or the other. It's just like the public safety fee can only go to pay for deputies that are in the contract. If we decided to hire a deputy outside of the contract, we could not use that money for a deputy that we hire on our own, or not that we would, but I mean, for example, we cannot use that money to pay for court. We cannot use that money to pay for anything else in our public safety program. We can't use it for emergency preparedness. We can't use it for anything. A fee is specifically for the service that it is raised for.
Okay.
And there's very clear parameters in the adopting ordinance that says what the fee can be used for.
So we have time.
I was gonna
I'll
say,
let you finish.
so my second thought is, so my sense sitting around the table is that we have some mixed feelings on this. And so I'm wondering from a process perspective, if we move it forward, for it to be passed in one motion, it needs to be a unanimous vote, right?
Only for an ordinance.
It will be an ordinance.
Okay.
It will be, it has to be in. So if it's not unanimous, then we would need to go to a second vote.
Yes,
Great.
That's true.
yes. Okay, last comments from Tammy and Stacy and Nick and Michelle.
Just a timing
Yes.
thing. Since we're in the budget process right now, you may have to amend the budget after it's adopted in order to enact this fee, because it will maybe not be in the budget depending on when you actually make the decision on it. So if we're going to go to city council meetings, there's a chance that it won't show up in the budget and you'll have to amend the budget afterwards. Just so you know.
Let's just go one city council meeting. That's my vote. We've been talking about it for 15 months. I'm ready. I'm like exhausted by the conversation.
Any last comments?
I want citizens to be able to vote on this.
My comment was just gonna be, because we are on a timetable, and I'm still okay with moving forward with it, I'd still like to gather more information with the new numbers to make me feel better that I'm doing the job that I was voted to do. Would it be, I guess we need to behoove the voters, but we're in March or February, so if we did the beginning of April would be one of the sessions we could vote on it, would it be too late?
It would be too late for it to be in the budget. The budget document's already completed in
Well, that would
April.
kind of give me more of like a month to, still move forward with it, but I'd like to take different numbers and have another new conversation.
Sure, and there's nothing wrong. I'm just saying you'll have to just be prepared that you're gonna adopt a budget and then you're gonna amend the budget. That's kind of.
Only amended if we actually adopt the rule though, right?
Right.
Yeah.
My question to you, excuse me for just a minute, is that,
Oh, I'm not leaving.
oh,
I'm
yeah. Instead of a vote, an informational meeting where people can come in and like more or less like a town hall type of meeting. So they're informed of what's going on, they have a chance to voice their opinion. Would that be as good to you as?
I've talked to a lot of
That's
people.
what a work session is.
I've talked to a lot of people in person and in other venues, and I have a pretty good idea, at least of the people that I know locally, where they stand with it. I'm pretty adamant on citizen involvement. Doesn't mean I can't be swayed, but I'm pretty adamant at this juncture.
Citizen involvement could be included in the process. That could be included in the ordinance. You just have to tell me at what level the citizen.
I see this as a
involvement-
tax. I know that there's 100 ways you can tell me it's not a tax. I think that it's skirting what should be a tax. And so for me, it's very, very hard to swallow making this decision for people. That's just, and like I said, we have some time still, so.
So, question, is there any more information that you would like Jim to generate so that you can have conversations with people? Is this what you need?
Yeah, I think the new numbers are good.
What I would like
I
is.
would like that too.
Well, you all got this in your packet, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
This is the new one
Yeah.
that Jim revised. So what I would like is, I'd like to see a breakdown of, if we pass this at, say, $4, I'd like to see what would that look for an apartment, somebody who lives in a mobile home park. Are there other kinds of residences in Creswell that would be different?
Well, maybe add the
Like
airport.
daycare.
The airport.
We need to add the airport,
Airport,
and we need to add the coffee stands.
coffee stands?
Mm-hmm.
Daycares, if they're in homes, I don't think there's any difference, because we asked a question last week about people who have the home business.
Yeah.
He said
Oh,
it goes as
okay.
residential.
Okay. Yeah, but
A daycare as a separate building business,
well, that's kind of, we gotta apply things fairly, right? If you think about the type of traffic they're bringing in, that doesn't seem right to me, but.
well, when we go to the two buckets.
Yeah, I understand, yeah.
So, can you get us some information on different types of residential things and coffee shops, and what was the other one you said?
The airport.
Airport. Can you get that to all of us, send it out to all of us?
And then
At the $4
we're gonna put this on the next work session agenda again.
Or are you gonna bring it to the city council for a vote?
Well, in terms of timing, you're saying that if we don't get this in the budget, then are we out the $65,000 grant?
No, that's, we can start asking for that. The first year of that budget is gonna be engineering costs, so it won't be the full 1.8 million.
If we vote on it in 2 weeks, are we still?
It's still gonna take time to get through the engineering. The engineers have to design the street, and that'll
No.
take several
I mean,
months.
budget-wise, to not amend the budget or? Because wouldn't we vote on it in 2 weeks if we all went forward with it?
If you all went forward with it, we would be very close and be able to probably, if we thought it would pass on the first vote, which I don't think it's going to, we would, with some faith, be able to put it in the budget document and then take it out at the budget committee meeting, probably. But if we have to go 2 meetings, we probably will put the grant in the budget, knowing that it's a pass-through sort of thing, and if we don't expend it, we don't expend it.
For me, I just need a little bit more time with those numbers. I'll be able to vote when it's time. But as much time as I can get, that's fair with the new numbers.
It has to be a unanimous vote to go on the first vote, and I don't think we have a unanimous.
Stacy?
I'm not there yet either.
To be clear on the grant, the grant is dependent on this?
The grant is dependent on being able to do a project, and we're unable to do a project
Okay.
without more funding.
Okay.
So if we can find another funding stream, then we can still get the grant.
I want, okay. Okay.
So, council, do you want to put this on the agenda for the March council meeting in 2 weeks, which would be the first vote? If it does not pass unanimously, it goes to April for the second vote. If it does not pass in April, it's dead.
That's right.
Or do you want to put this on for the first vote at the April council meeting? So,
I say, just to clarify, so if it doesn't pass by majority in April, then it's.
it has to be unanimous, by majority.
Yeah,
For the second time around, it's just majority.
Yeah, simple majority at the April meeting, yes.
Thank you.
So, March in 2 weeks, April, we need to kind of get a feeling for when do we want to put this on for a vote in the first place? And if so, when?
March.
I'll let the long-termers go first.
I would go for March, because my sense is that it's not gonna pass unanimously, and so that builds in April.
Lonzo?
March will be fine.
March?
I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with March. I agree with, if it's not, let's just at least move forward and get something done or move on to something else. I don't want to waste time.
Okay.
Okay. So that means that we will bring an ordinance to you in March. No work session on the language of the ordinance.
Fantastic.
That sounds
Okay.
catastrophic.
No, we've been talking about it for 15 months.
I'm just saying.
We have so many notes and.
But we have to put a number in there, don't we?
They can do it.
So,
Does there need to be a number for what the tough is gonna be? $3.75 or $4 per residential or?
You can always change it at the meeting.
Yeah, we can say it when we make the
So
motion.
Yeah,
you're,
we'll-
so you
we'll-
would prepare an ordinance with no number in there?
We'll go with $4. And then
Okay.
you can amend it.
Because that should put us over 250.
That's
So-
what the 250 say.
yeah, well, I was curious about the number, and I was hoping that we could possibly discuss, and maybe it sounds like it's probably too late, to maybe even consider kind of a phase-in, so that to lessen the blow to the community.
Yeah, we talked about doing a phase-in before, and that doesn't work well for staff or the community, because the utility bill goes up in July, and everyone's expecting the July bump. If you phase it in and have a jump in January, nobody's expecting that. And that's a bad time of year to have an increase in your bill.
So maybe it's not in January, maybe it's another time.
Well, it's on a year-by-year basis.
It's just
Right.
people get used to it being
July 1st.
July 1st, and if you do it at another time, you're gonna catch people off guard.
So will this be looked at
And only
every
that,
year?
It takes staff time to
Oh, yeah.
adjust.
Just like the water and sewer.
Yeah.
And they
that's
have to
what I was
adjust
understanding.
every account.
Okay.
So it's not just, oh, put in that one thing in that one little cell there, and everybody's changes. It takes a lot of time.
You go back
and
to
effort.
administrative costs.
Okay, and then one more question about the amending the budget.
Right.
Now, I guess, what's the big deal about that? Because it
Nothing.
seems like we amend the budget all the time.
There's nothing wrong with amending it. I just wanted to give you a heads up
Okay.
that you would be
Okay.
for this, so that you will know. Because where I come from, amending a budget is a really bad thing.
Okay.
I was brought
Well, we do
up
it-
as a
we do it all
budget
the time.
analyst that I should bring a budget that never needed amending. So for me, that I just need to say, it will be amended and be ready. And for Jim, it's not such a big deal.
When you asked for, are we gonna vote in March, I thought you just meant on vote, or on whether or not we're going to push forward with this. So what I'm hearing though is that it's literally going to be written.
Yeah.
So shouldn't we be deciding things like whether it's looked at every year, whether it's, like, shouldn't these be all things that we should be voting on?
Well, that was my next question. Should the ordinance include a clause saying that the TUF will be reviewed annually by the council? Now, that doesn't keep me from creating a charge that says, when the TUF is reviewed annually by the council, we will also appoint 3 or 4 community residents, like we do with water.
What we can do is we can model it off of the public safety fee.
Okay?
And we'll look at the language in the public safety fee and see how that works. And then we'll propose some similar, because it's a fee as well.
But the public safety fee is not reviewed every year, like you said.
That's true. So we'll have to add that language in.
That's in the water and sewer.
Goes up.
Yes.
Right.
That
So
would be
It's a
the water.
negotiated contract.
It's a
The
negotiated
water each year is
contract.
already a
Review.
contract.
The review, like the
Like
water and sewer, it sounds like a great idea.
Well, I mean, it would be an easy thing to put in there that it will be reviewed by the Transportation and Public Safety Committee every January as a part of the water advisory, because, you know, that whole sewer thing, that's not in the charter. The water was. But we decided as a council way back then that it made sense to review both of them at the same time. So the council decided, those many years ago, they were both reviewed.
we can use the charter language.
Yeah, we can use the same charter, and so that when that committee's appointed in January, they would review 3 things instead of 2 things, and then bring the recommendation, just the same as we do now.
And if you're not happy with it in March, you can amend it at the city council meeting, or you can say, nope, we need to talk about this some more, let's put it on the March work session.
Right.
Okay.
I think you meant, Mayor, the Transportation and Public Works Committee.
What did I say, transportation, public safety?
Yeah.
That's 11:15. Thank you very much.
Forgiven, but you know, Grace is over there typing.
Well, 7 heads are better than 1.
And we still have Curtis, who's
Yes.
got off work 6 hours ago and is still here.
Right. Who are paying overtime?
So does that give you the direction you need for drafting the ordinance?
I believe I can bring you a draft.
And Stacy, does that cover what you think needs to be in the draft, knowing we can also amend it?
Yeah, I think so. I just wanted to make sure that a decision was being made by us and then, you know, not just being left. That's all. I mean, you know where I stand, but.
Yes.
But if we're gonna do it, I wanna do it right.
Well, that's what I wanted to make sure that you,
And we will have new numbers with the $4, or,
Why do we land on 4?
because it would be in between.
That's what hit the
Oh,
Closer to the
yeah.
250,000.
This time,
Right?
yeah.
We think, we don't know, we haven't done it.
so maybe when you put something together like this, can you make a slight adjustment to $4?
Just add another column.
Add another column of 4, and then include the other types of residences?
Oh, fine.
And kick that
Yeah,
off?
actually, I can
I get it, sorry.
have
Yeah,
another,
Yeah.
another chart that shows the actual
I agree.
fee resolution, like you're saying, per single family detached, and then per apartment, per Yeah, and it'll show the different fees,
Okay.
and I can attach that as well.
Curtis? Come up, you're still awake.
You got 2 minutes.
This won't take long.
We should have let him go
We
first.
still have Jim too.
Is this on?
No, we're all done.
You should have
All
him
right, so I've supported the Public Works Department on our TMDL reporting. And so what is TMDL reporting? It's basically measuring how much pollutants we provide in our own water basin. And so it's kind of a way for the EPA and DEQ to kind of monitor how we're stewards of the environment. And so the main pollutants are thermal loading, so that's adding temperature to the water systems, bacteria and mercury, and then there is like a catch-all all pollutants category. And so why do we monitor this, and why do we make this spreadsheet? It's like, well, the EPA requires us to, is one reason. And also it's to ensure that our water system is safe for drinking, safe for swimming, fish can spawn in it, agriculture fields can use it to fertilize their own lands, and things like that. And so every 5 years, since 2006, I think, Creswell, we've come up with this matrix that we update every 5 years, and we have to report to DEQ the items that we are doing to make sure that we are minimizing our impact on the water basin. And so I provided a copy, or Grace provided a copy of our matrix. And so there's items like, we have a wetland, so I'm just going to go through a couple of the projects so you have an idea of how we report. So we have the wetland code update, and so whenever there's a project that builds on a wetland, that will decrease the water quality, and so we have some new rules that will be applied to those types of projects. We record all the trees that we plant near waterways, and so trees are important to provide shade and keep temperatures lower, as well as keep the soils more stable and minimize erosion. We've adopted a new parks plan, which also looks at the trees that we have planted, and it also, there's Arbor Day and some public engagement requirements as well that DEQ likes to see. Also looked at tracking our wastewater plant, and we have to write that we're keeping up with our permits, and obviously in this year's recording we had to write that it's kind of to be determined that we're working with DEQ, but that's something that we look at every year. Have to record and count our number of doggy bags that we buy. When dogs poop, it's bad for the soil and it adds up. So if you see your neighbors not picking up, please tell them to do so. Yeah, it's not on here too, but yeah, I know Cliff has an old stormwater video on the website that's worth watching if you need a quick education. I think in the video you mentioned to be careful if you're washing a car in your street. That's something that I used to always do, and now that I work for the city, I understand that I should really take my car to the car wash, but so that's kind of something that adds into our impact on the land. And we also monitor all of our new permits. So if you dig into the soil, it causes erosion and it releases mercury. Mercury is kind of a funny pollutant. It kind of gets dropped in by the air as well as based off of our own impacts, but if we have a larger commercial project, I think it has to, if it disturbs 1,000 cubic feet of soil, there's a number, there's a threshold. It requires a special permit. We haven't had any of those in the past couple of years, but we have to report that we're watching those. And for our new bigger projects, so the Holbrook Apartments and Jim Brick's building on F Street and Front Street. No, wait, that's Mill Street. Yeah, no, that is Front Street. Front Street, yeah, I should know that. We showed off the stormwater catchment facilities because how we treat our stormwater is a part of how we reduce our pollution. And another thing is we showed off our new stormwater master plan and included that we are calculating some stormwater fees that will help us fund some of those improvements as well. And we shared some of the trainings that our public works staff does. They attend some stormwater trainings, and I collected all their certificates of attendance. I think there was a small handful. And we also hired Emerald Valley street sweeping. So street sweeping is another way that we keep our waterways clean. And so that was very brief. Happy to answer some quick questions or point them towards Cliff. And one of the important things about this reporting is that we have to report it to you all. So we're also meeting a requirement tonight by sharing some of the work that we're doing. And so yeah, the TMDL, it's not a standalone program. It's more of like a checkbox of pulling things from all sorts of projects that we worked on. And so some of it's projects I work on, most of it's projects that Cliff works on. Some of them are how we reinforce our ordinances, which is what our code enforcement officer works on. And some are things that we contract out. So yeah, it's a Clean Water Act from 1977, EPA rule that we follow. And if we don't follow it, we get fined, so we continue to follow it.
Okay, council, any questions for Curtis? I think we're good.
Great.
Thank you. All right. We come to the end. We will reconvene in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Go sleep fast. Drive carefully.
Go home. I'll take care of the table.
It's snowing.
I don't have to get up so early.
Are you serious? Right now? I hope so. Yeah, it's supposed to be. I have to go all of 2 blocks.
My kids are already grown and gone. My wife is fast asleep.
We're supposed to get snowed.
I'm sure I gotta feed